All right, we're live.
Oh shit, I got an icon.
Oh, good. It worked. I think, maybe.
Okay. It did.
It says live.
All right.
All right.
Is anybody watching?
Probably not yet,
Hello.
but we'll see.
Well, you never know. I mean,
All right, welcome to the first Soundblr Hangout. Should, I guess, go around and introduce ourselves as we do. And I guess just like name, username, and like what your involvement is in sound, how you relate to it. And so first, I'm Steve. I'm QDQ Comics on Tumblr, and I am mostly a sound designer. I just finished working at Stages St. Louis, doing the full Monty as an A2 and A1 fill-in, and I am currently sound designing Frankenstein for the Maryland Ensemble Theater. So that is me. Someone's next.
Alright, I'll go next. I'm Taylor, Mermaid Queen on Tumblr, student at Hofstra University, studying sound design, recently worked at Stages as well as the A2. What am I missing? Did I miss something?
That's good. Yay!
Great.
Hi, Taylor.
Yay!
okay, I'll go, or you can go.
Jared.
All right, fine. My name is Jared. I'm Neo Trotsky on Tumblr, and I'm a audio engineer and technical director with Arizona State University. And I manage a small live session studio affiliated with Anderson Gammy.
Yay!
I'm Josh, Underwater Mess on Tumblr, and Reddit as well. /r/livesound. Shout out. I've been a live engineer for about 10 years, doing all sorts of stuff, a little bit of theater, mostly concerts, now doing some corporate, a lot of traveling, and festivals, and just pretty much freelance chaos all the time. That's my life.
Yay!
It's good. I'm Matthew. I'm Darth Zeus on Tumblr. I'm the house engineer for Stages in the summer doing music theater, and the house engineer for the Tulip Performing Arts Center the rest of the year, and whatever other gigs I can pick up along the way.
Excellent.
Sweet.
Cool.
Yep. All right, so we're gonna do mostly question and answer here. So I should say up front that I'm only going to be here for about another 45 minutes, as I have to go do a paper tech. But I guess everyone else, you all can hang out as long as you wanna.
Sweet.
Taylor's in charge of that button. So
Which button?
let's see.
Oh,
Inbox
the...
loads here. Okay. Let's see. So the first question that the Tech Doom Squad got asked was by an anonymous user. They said, "I'm an event staff at a concert venue, and the most humiliating moment of my music industry career was when I got told off for making noise during a sound check by the headliner sound technician in front of the crew." That's not a question, but that sucks. I'm sorry,
Wow.
dude.
Absolutely.
Ow.
That's supposed to be a sound check. Aren't you supposed to make noise, as far as I was concerned?
It sounds like they were not working or not. Yeah, it sounds like somebody else was doing sound check and they were making too much noise during there, which.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was about to say they haven't really worked many like shitty punk clubs enough in their life, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rock and roll, man. There's you just gotta deal with a lot of crap. Am I allowed to say the S word? You want to deal with a
Yeah.
lot of
How the fuck do I
shit.
know?
It's a lot of shit. I just did
Yeah.
I just did the band Saigon Kick 2 weeks ago.
Oh, sweet.
In monitors. It's loud. It's really, really loud, and you know, people are yelling at you. I have drunk people yelling at me, trying to like climb on the stage and shit. So
Oh, shit.
you gotta deal with stuff. We did sound check at 8 in the morning, and then the band went on at like 10 o'clock at night. So
The best job ever, though.
in between that, there's a lot of stuff going on. But yeah, I mean, we work in a very volatile industry, in community and environments where nothing is ever perfect. You're not in a recording studio, so
Yeah.
Yeah, later
Dude,
on, I'm going to have to tell my ICP cover band story. So.
Oh, I can't wait.
No.
Oh boy. Like, none of us were there for the situation, but if you were being obnoxious and, like, talking while the sound check was trying to go on, when it was a space where you probably shouldn't have been, then maybe that sucks that you were humiliated, but at the same time, like, maybe you were not in the right either, so.
Yeah. Don't do it again.
I guess you learned the hard way.
You didn't get anything thrown at you, so
that's it. Well, yeah.
you're ahead of the game.
Could have been worse.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people don't seem to realize that, especially if you're somebody that's a house engineer or if you're kind of the system tech and you have guest engineers coming in with bands. A lot of your job is to service that band and to give them what they need and provide them with stuff. So a lot of times you just have to stay out of their way. So
Absolutely.
I mean, that might be a hard lesson learned, but
Yeah.
Well, I've got a question,
Great.
and it's from our favorite user, Anonymous.
Oh yeah.
Aw,
love
so
that
good
guy.
to us.
Yeah, he gets around, you know. And he says, for the Soundblr Hangout, I'm a lighting guy and basically know nothing about sound design engineering, except that an XLR cable exists and gets plugged into stuff. Hey, gotta start somewhere. What's the best way for me to build on that knowledge if my school doesn't have an audio program?
Ooh. I went to a college that didn't have much in the way of a theater program at all, let alone just like anyone to teach me anything about audio. And I was involved with as many shows as possible and learned as much as I could from the internet and people that were working that I could talk to and ask. And my philosophy for building my career out of that has been to try to learn as much from everyone that I work with and view every experience as a learning opportunity. And as I'm sure Matt can attest, I have gaping gaps in my knowledge, but my goal is always to try to fill a little bit of them.
I have no idea what you're talking about. You did a wonderful job.
And I mean, speaking on a collegiate level, it's like, even check like your physics classes, because I actually just recently found out that we have a physics class that's specifically for sound. Which I was like, oh great, a science that I have to take anyway, and also will apply to what I like. So checking things like that, checking any live music events that your school holds, and seeing if there's any way you can get involved with that and learn something from any engineers who run with that. If your school has any theater at all, like there's a chance that there might be a sound person working in that theater, like we have here, because we don't really have a specific like sound program. But we do have like a playhouse where we have like full-time staff, and one of the guys works there as the resident sound guy and engineer for the space. So I'm learning a lot of what I do from him. Just I don't know. Learn from anybody who you think you can learn from and ask questions.
Is it okay to say church? Plenty of churches are looking for people.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Go.
Churches are a great spot to learn because they usually have a couple hundred people every week. Some of them have really decent sound systems.
Yeah, if you can find a big church, like a mega church, that's looking for volunteers with good gear, just you have to be careful because there's also the junky gear that's out there as well. But that's the place to go.
Yeah.
When I was starting out, there's a megachurch over here in Arizona called Mega Life. It's started by, I think, the bass player of Megadeth. And I'm dead serious.
Wow.
And I got involved with it because they were the first of the non-IATSE venues to have a venue profile. And the Musical Instrument Museum up here in Scottsdale, lovely venue, had one, and I got a chance to do a gig with Preservation Hall Jazz Society, and I never worked on one, so I was freaking out a bit. And I knew somebody who worked over there, so I got a chance to get some free experience with the venue profile. And the funny thing is they offered me a job, and I was like, sorry, Buddhist, can't.
Yeah.
But it was great. The music's great. I'm just not interested. But churches are really great because they're always hard up for people who are willing to bring something to the table. Even if you don't do sound, you can bring show production experience, which a lot of churches really need because they've got people who the heart's in the right place, but they've never run a show before.
Yeah.
And if you do lighting, then you got a little bit of stage management in you, a little bit of show production in you, and you can bring that to the table and really help them out while they help you out.
I've been plugged in at a church down here for about 4 years since I moved down here, and they meet in the high school auditorium, and we load in a truck full of gear and do 2 services. We do a sound check, a cue to cue, 2 services, and then we load back into the truck and leave. So we're basically, it's like a little tour every week. And we have a stage manager, we have a technical director, we have lighting, sound. I have an A2, which is awesome. He helps with the recording and miking up people. It's very professional. It's very intense because we only do 400 or 500 people a week. It's not huge, but it's growing, and it's a really good spot to get plugged in. Like they will train people that don't really know but want to learn. So yeah, churches are a great spot to get started.
Absolutely.
It's funny you mentioned not a big church at several hundred people. At my studio, we have a church. The average attendance is about 35.
Yeah.
And they do full live 24-channel multi-track recording.
Dang.
It's good exercise for my crew.
Yeah.
You know, it's a little insane. I'm not gonna lie, but they've been at it 4 years, and they're regular clients.
Yep.
Is that the little Jewish church?
Money's good.
No. Actually, those cats went and got their own building, and they're up to a couple of hundred.
Oh, good for them.
Yeah, a Messianic Jewish congregation led by a former DJ. He didn't have a sermon; he had an opening monologue. I miss those guys. They were fun. They were fun. We didn't agree on a lot of stuff politically, but they were nice, and they fed me a lot of food.
Well, there you go. That's always important. Being paid in food.
When you work for a university, yeah, I can guarantee most of y'all make way more than I do.
I reckon that sweet webcomics money.
Racking up that sweet debt over here.
Yeah.
Same.
You're talking to someone who's still driving a 21-year-old GMC with a bashed-in fender now, and I'm like, my Christmas expenditure is like, wow, I get to fix my truck. All right, next.
All right, we got another gray face question over here. I worked on a community theater show that used a Windows computer for sound, and it was seriously weird. Everything at my high school and in college is Mac. Why would a place do that? From what our teachers said, all professional theaters use Mac. Is it because they're broke?
Very likely.
Can I, as the Windows guy, rant a little bit,
yes.
or should I wait?
Do it.
It's the same fucking machine. Open it up. It's the same machine. Okay. In a nicer way, Apple has a certain market, and I'll be honest. As a Microsoft guy, I love Logic Pro. I wish they made Logic Pro for Windows. I love it. That being said, it's just whichever Kool-Aid you want to drink. I'll spend $200 on Surface. Somebody's going to spend $2,100 on a MacBook Pro, and we're going to both think we're a bunch of fucking idiots.
Yep.
For Apple, there's ShowQ systems. For Microsoft, there's ShowQ systems. For Apple, there's QLab. Now, Sonar and Logic Pro. I mean, it's all the same thing, really. It's just how you utilize it. Hell, I've done shows on a $180 netbook. Yep. You know, and come off without a hitch. And I've had shows with a $3,000 MacBook Pro that crashed on me every 5 minutes.
Yep. Yeah,
it's just
same
how you
here.
maintain the equipment. And trust me, if you know your machine, Windows, Mac, it doesn't make any difference. And I can guarantee you, there are at least half the shows on Broadway using Mac and half using Windows. I can guarantee you that.
And the Mac always sells itself as the professional high-end shit, but I promise you any real super high-end professional thing is going to have redundant computers because computers crash. Macs crash and Windows crash and everything crashes because they're stupid. And that's why the Digico SD7 costs like $200,000 because it has redundant engines built in, so the entire console can crash without taking down the show. Because that's what they have to do now is have basically two consoles built into one for complete
They'll still
redundancy.
crash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, all computers are stupid. Don't buy
Yes.
any of them. It's a witch. And
Analog.
That's a
Pro
witch.
Yeah. Fire is bad.
Fire-
Electricity is the devil. Just cup your hands together. It'll be fine.
Okay, I'm just trying to see how many people we got watching right now. So, do we have anybody watching at all? Oh my God, we got 10 people watching.
Oh, hello,
Wow.
viewers.
Oh.
Hi.
Welcome.
That's so cool. All right. Who's next?
No.
Unless anybody else has a
Okay, you got one,
about
Jared?
Microsoft or Windows.
I love QLab personally, but I also understand. I've used Shoki System too, and like I didn't have any issues with Shoki System. I just am better versed in QLab, and so I have a preference there. But it's not like a serious technical preference or anything. It's just what I'm familiar with.
Yeah,
That's the best answer I can give.
I've used a little bit of everything. I've actually done very large shows playing out of iTunes because it was easy.
Did you just put iTunes and Easy in the same sentence?
Yeah. I lose some of my street cred right there.
Street cred. I'm a kid who listens to Devo still. What the hell do I know about street cred? All right. Next. Anybody?
Right, you got one? I've got more, but if you want to...
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Let's do another anonymous question. This one is titled "Women in Music Production." How many girls are there really working in the music industry and in sound? My answer to that is not enough.
Not enough.
Yeah, no.
well, I'm here, but clearly there's not enough of us. There's a good number, and it's climbing slowly. I know myself and Tumblr user Radical Technical. I think she also does sound and stage management a little bit as well.
She does everything.
Yeah, she's insane and is very skilled at several things. But
And her hair looks like sherbet.
it does. I saw somebody with a haircut.
Hot, isn't it? I love it.
It's so fun. I just assumed we were friends before I even talked to her because we both had colored hair. I'm like, great, we both do sound have colored hair. But I don't see a lot. I'm the only one at my school that does sound, let alone is a female. So
I can say from my position, because I just hired a whole bunch of technicians at my studio, a whole bunch being 5. Well, I mean, we're a small venue. We're a 300-seat venue. That's a live session studio. And I had about 23 applicants after HR weeded them through. And honestly, I got 4 women and 1 male, and the women blew everybody away. It was phenomenal. I mean, they all had great, well-rounded experience. They interviewed strong. They were confident. And I'm just sitting there thinking, because I've been in at a couple of other venues from like arena to roadhouses, and I just looked at the interviews I got, the applicants I got, and I went, how the fuck aren't there any more women in this industry? Yeah. And then I realized, oh wait, they're all white males like me. And it's sad, but it's true, honestly. I see it a lot on some other gigs that I do outside, because I still do some freelance stuff, and I see it. And they're not terribly nice to me. But the nice part is, they're dying off. Yep. The nicotine and the alcohol is getting to them, thank God.
All right.
I want to take a moment for this question and plug soundgirls.org.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Everybody should join and be a member and check them out. They have a couple different blogs. It was started by Carrie Keys, she was the monitor engineer for Red Hot Chili Peppers and Pearl Jam and a bunch of really cool bands, and her and a couple other of the big shot women in audio kind of came together and made this really cool resource for girls and women in audio because they're vastly underrepresented.
Absolutely, it's a great resource.
Yeah.
And we should mention girls and women, no matter how you identify, they're also really big on that too. So, yeah.
Even better.
I would like to say I've had 3 like high school volunteer intern people at the Ensemble Theater who have been focused on sound, and they have all been young women, and they have been genuinely fantastic. That I have one who is actually looking at pursuing audio as a career, and she is absolutely stellar. She's one of those people that, like, during a show, if I have to have, like, if something goes wrong, she's told her to go fix it, and, like, those kind of instincts that, like, you can't really teach too well. And so, like, there is a generation of them that are being groomed, and hopefully we can continue to encourage them to be in the industry. Because, like, even if they have the interest in it, a lot of them get, like, shut out because, yeah, there is this boys' club mentality about sound, and it's something that I think, like, the boys in that club should be working on fixing too, because it's not just get more of them in there; it's also make them welcome.
Yeah.
So.
Agreed. And that's one thing is when I went back to school, because I went back to school after being stage manager and doing sound both like half and half, and during the recession I went back to school for digital audio. And I found myself in competition as far as the #1 spot in our program with this 18-year-old Navajo girl. And I loved it because she was kicking my ass. And it was honestly a good platform for people to work equally on because it was all about production. And you got this old white veteran and this 18-year-old girl, and they're working at the same level. And we're complaining at each other, but it didn't register to me that we were actually competing, and that was actually a really cool thing. And she actually now works for GMA Productions and is kicking ass. So
Excellent.
Very cool.
Anyone else have questions? Because I have some.
All right, let's take it. Go for it.
All right, cool. Another anonymous. I've noticed that there's people who call themselves designers, technicians, and engineers. And people get bent out of shape when you use the wrong quotation words.
Oh boy, here we go.
What's the big deal? I'm going to step back and let you guys answer before I fill in.
Who wants to go first?
Not it. Nose goes.
If I'm designing a show, I'm a designer. If I'm engineering the show, I'm an engineer.
And if I'm the audio technician, then I'm the audio technician. It's just a difference in the job that you're doing for whatever you're working on. It's a different part of the process. It's as different as it's in the same world as opposed to being like comparing it to stage management or lighting, but at the same time, it's very different. So many ways.
I worked very hard to get the credit of audio engineer in a program, and if I'm not a designer, I wouldn't want to take their credit for designing a show if I'm just engineering it, if I'm just running the board.
My point on that, being as somebody who teaches audio production, is that it's kind of cut and dry for one respect. An audio technician and an audio engineer, what's the difference? Well, what's the difference with somebody who's an engineer? They usually have an engineering degree. If I speak to a technician and say, oh, this channel's bad on the Soundcraft, can you replace it? I wouldn't expect a technician to know how to do that. I would expect an engineer to know how to do that. And I've encountered a couple of situations in the Valley here where people have billed themselves as an engineer but don't quite have the experience, say, for example, to do the math to calculate the delay on a system.
Yeah.
They don't know the calculus. That's kind of the delineation between having the degree for audio engineering and being a technician. Not that a technician is bad. Not at all. I mean, it's years of training and experience. But there's certain expectations that producers have. And if you bill yourself as one way, it can get awkward if something goes wrong.
Yeah.
That's just my rant.
True.
I don't know if I agree that it's 100% cut and dry as far as just a degree or not, but it definitely comes down to knowledge and experience. A lot of people seem to think, oh, I can push faders and make sound come out of a console, so I'm an engineer, I'm an audio engineer, but there's just so much more than that. Even when I was full time at a very big sound company down here, I was maybe mixing behind the console 2, 3, 4 hours a week out of the 60 or 80 that I was working. So there's a lot of other stuff that you need to be able to know how to do, including planning and prepping and people skills, talking on the phone, and getting bands riders together and compromising on things and prepping the show. It came down to a point where I did a show last year on the beach in the sand, and it was a basketball game, and the connection between the scoreboard and the computer was a TRS, a very thick TRS 300-foot cable, and a forklift ran over it, and it broke. And this was like 2 hours before the show. I pulled out my soldering iron out of my Pelican, and I resoldered it and plugged it in. It worked, and I saved the show. And probably not a lot of people that call themselves audio engineers down here in South Florida would have been able to do that, because I've met a lot that do a lot of corporate shows, and they show up and turn on the podium mic and sit there. So
you do it not know how to solder.
Yeah, learn how to solder if you don't.
Oh God,
Absolutely.
Everybody.
So useful.
There's YouTube tutorials. It's not hard, but it's a very, very valuable skill.
Weller soldering iron's $18. The best $18 you're gonna spend.
Yep.
Flat out.
Keep one in your car, or in the theater, at your desk, whatever.
Even my
Your
wife
backpack.
can solder. And she doesn't do audio engineering at all. She plays on a computer. No, that's not true. I mean, that device. She doesn't do anything in a construction or engineering sense. Let's just put it that way. And she can solder. Because it's a very useful skill.
Yeah, learn to love it.
Next.
Fun.
Oh. Okay, I'm almost out of anonymous questions. We can get to people with names. Okay, this one is anonymous. Says, I would like to make sound effects for the winter play in school, but I don't have a ton of stuff to record. I read a ton of stuff in what to record, but not how to do it without a ton of money. Can you do a professional job for, say, $100? Let's see, that's... I'm not sure if they're talking high school or college, and if it's high school, I wouldn't necessarily worry about doing a professional job.
But for under $100?
But they're actually going to spend...
They're looking for.
Yeah, I mean,
they're looking for effects.
They're looking for effects for under $100 for a show. I think they can do that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Sounddogs.com.
Yes.
Yeah. I think one site that I've used,
Free
Pond
Sound
5,
Project.
Free Sound Project. If you're paying for them, then Pond 5 I've found has a relatively clear sound effects for that. It also depends on what you're doing. If it's high school, I wouldn't worry about it. Just Free Sound Project is going to be your friend for that. But if you're trying to maybe a college show, or even maybe that's worth looking at.
If it's a college show and your college does any sort of film program or recording program, they might have a library that you can borrow and use. I went to Columbia College in Chicago. They had, I want to say
BBC, and not the 20th Century Fox.
No, I think they had hundreds of thousands of tracks, and they're on DVDs or hard drives or whatever, and they would let you rent them out and borrow them and rip them and whatever. So there are other resources out there too.
Yeah.
Also, if you do want to record your own Foley work, where actually you go out and record it, $79.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Tascam DR5. It's a recording studio in your pocket. Good quality mics, SD card, everything you need to take with you to record anything. And these mics actually sound really good. Super cheap, super easy to use. I always keep one in my gig bag.
Yep.
Yep.
And you can't go wrong. So if you want to record your own stuff, one of these puppies, you could probably buy them used on Amazon for like $50. Seriously, can't go wrong.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
All right. Jared, you got one?
Let me see. It requires me paying.
Going through.
Hang on. Hang
Put your
on.
toys away.
Oh, why?
Mom!
That's right. I'm just getting.
I'm
text from-
field recording.
I'm just getting distracted by text from my wife spending money at record stores. So yeah, she found a new one.
That's fun.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Anonymous again. What's up with all the anonymous ones? Wanted to ask.
People, put your
I'm-
names on things.
I am in high school and want to record more stuff with our band, but I can't afford Pro Tools. Well, that software doesn't suck.
GarageBand, if you have a Mac. GarageBand's actually really decent.
Yeah.
If you're on PC,
Reaper.
Reaper. Yeah, Reaper's free. It's very
Well, it's not
robust.
technically free.
uh,
It's 60
what is
bucks.
it? It's
for the
$60.
license.
Yeah.
But the free trial is the full version. But if you like it, you really should buy it because they're all like volunteers. So
If for some reason you like neither of those, you could probably make Audacity work, but GarageBand is very user-friendly that I've found and has a lot of pretty solid features for that program. But
But it's Mac only.
yeah,
It
I
is
mean,
Mac, yeah.
if you have a Mac, if you don't, then you go with Reaper or Audacity. It's free.
And actually, you probably can afford Pro Tools because they just came out with the cloud-based Pro Tools. I don't know, there's some limitations on it, but they have subscription plans now where you can get it for as little as, I think, 20 or 30 bucks a month.
Has anybody actually tried that? Because I'm really suspicious of that.
I downloaded it. I opened it once. I haven't really used it a whole lot. It's called Pro Tools First.
Is it like Pro Tools LE? Because if that's like Pro Tools LE, I'd rather stab myself in the eardrums. I'm sorry, I hate
I'm
it.
still.
It sounds like Babies First, but it's like Pro Tools First.
Yeah, Baby's First Pro Tools.
It's got the little Mattel logo on there.
Perfect.
Oh, it's awkward. Although, to be honest, though, Reaper is really cool because I've run that on an Atom dual-core netbook and recorded 10 tracks with it on like 2 gigs of RAM.
Yeah, I have an old HP. I think it's an i3 with 3 gigs of RAM, and I multi-tracked 32 tracks with Reaper.
So it's clunky as hell, and you're gonna spend like night after night looking at it, going, where is everything?
Yeah.
But once you get over that, it's pretty cool actually. So.
Oh, Nano on YouTube said that they tried the Pro Tools and it's okay, but anything heavy and it really bogs it down.
Yeah, that's kind of true of Pro Tools in general. That's why I actually, when I record any of my like acoustic songs, I usually track in GarageBand actually, and I mix in Pro Tools because tracking in Pro Tools kind of sucks. But now there's also, I should mention, Waves Live is a free recording software. So if you have an interface and a way to get your tracks into the computer, you can use Waves Live or Waves Tracks Live, which is a completely free program for multi-track recording. You can't really do any mixing. It's very, very basic, but it's nice software. It's meant for like a multi-tracking live shows out of a console, but you can use it for recording.
Interesting, because right now at the studio we're using Reaper to multi-track because Pro Tools 11. Just because. Wonderful to mix in, but I have technicians who get confused by that, and rightfully so. So we use Reaper to live track, and we're doing Grammy Award-winning artists.
Yeah.
So and it does great, but it's not very user-friendly. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna check out the-
Waves Live is good. It's really like stupid easy. There's only a couple buttons. You can't really. There's no plugins. There's no.
How much?
It's free.
Free?
It's actually free.
Actually.
So what they're going to do is they're going to start a subscription, I think, on it next year to include plugins and integrate their own plugins into it. But right now it's totally free, full license. You can get it at waves.com. It's Waves Tracks Live.
Trap.
Well, it is, but I'm so married to audio damage plugins that I don't want to run away.
So folks on the YouTube chat are letting us know that Waves Lives is now $99. It's only free for the first few months.
Oh,
Really?
Ouch.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Bummer. Well, you have a few months of it, and then you can figure something else out.
Well, yeah.
yeah,
If you're just trying to track your band, then yeah, you can get away with a free trial.
what you do is you do that, and on your Amazon Christmas list, you ask for some DAW software, and then there you go. That's how you play the game.
No, well, here's the thing. They try and get you for $99. The $99 includes premium service, which is basically tech support and all that crap. But if you don't need that, it is actually cut and dry free.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
Hey, and we got a like along with our dislike on our YouTube channel.
Oh, yay.
Somebody likes us.
Okay. All right. Next question from that curly bitch on Tumblr.
Okay.
He says,
There's so many places to go with
what
that.
are the top 5 things that you wish local stagehands knew about sound?
See, this was always a dangerous spot because, I mean, I don't expect them to be fully versed in audio production because that's not their job.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
Coil cable correctly.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I learned
That's
that
a fair one.
Oh God. Oh,
What do we
Do
mean by
not
coiling cable correctly,
blow
though?
in-
We can go that far.
do not blow into the microphone. I will cut you.
Don't tap on the microphone.
Don't touch and/or drop the sound equipment.
Okay, here's a tip for everybody. I have a microphone right here. If you're trying to figure out if you have 6 microphones on a drum kit, you can scratch on the windscreen.
Yep.
And if the engineer at front of house or whoever has headphones on, they will hear it, and you don't need to yell, you don't need to tap on it, you don't need to blow into the microphone. You can. That's it. That's all you need to do.
And if anyone asks you to line check, do not say check 1, 2, 3. There's no plosives in it. I need the plosives. Shakespeare works great, by the way. A line of Shakespeare, awesome.
Or tell stories.
Yeah,
Tell some favorite-
Pocket stories.
Pockets.
Yeah. This summer I just spent most of it just telling stories. I got tired of counting after like the first 2 mics, and then I was like, "Fuck it, let's just tell them what my grocery list was today."
Well,
Yep.
the problem is you don't have any plosives in the first 10 numbers.
Yep.
So it's like useless to me. That's not the parts I'm worried about.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, there's probably a couple.
I've taken to. Oh.
Continue. Sorry.
Yours, Taylor, talk.
Oh, sorry. You sounded like Darth Vader in my headphones for a hot second. I don't remember where I was going with that. Just I lost it. My train has been derailed.
No.
Well, okay. Things we wish stagehands would know. Just really practical, basic things. I had a stagehand a week or 2 ago. Didn't know what an XLR cable is.
Oh.
Come on, man.
You make cheat sheets, put them in your fucking wallet. Oh. For God's sakes. Bring your goddamn Leatherman.
Yep.
That's all I ask, man. I can't tell you how many times I've asked him to cut something or, oh, could you tighten that? And, oh, you got a multi-tool on you?
Yep.
I got 3, but not for you, douchebag.
Yeah, I don't give mine out anymore. I might give out my cheap little knife, pocket knife. I just have a little like razor blade knife thing. I'll give that out, but I will not hand out my Gerber anymore.
No.
And if tip for all you guys and girls out there, if someone asks you to borrow a Sharpie, take your cap off the Sharpie and just hand them the Sharpie. Because they're not going to stick that in their pocket and leave with it, so they'll use it and give it back to you.
You know, in my 36 years of existence, I never thought about that.
Yep.
Huh, that's a smart.
So I'll let people borrow Sharpies, but only under that condition.
Funny story about that. When I worked at FAO Schwartz, I was in production management, and I was always getting my pens stolen from me, and I was really getting frustrated about it. So a friend of mine got me for a Christmas gift a pen made from a human finger bone. And I'm like, do I look goth? Why? No, trust me. And he asked me, who is the majority of your crew? I was like, what do you mean? What are they? I'm like, Dominican. I was like, they're probably Catholic. Sure enough, they didn't want to touch it. They're like, no. I never lost that pen. I still have it somewhere here. So, funny story about a pen being stolen. That was his solution. Anyway, I know that was
Jared, we got a specific question on Tumblr asking what the model of the recorder you were referencing is.
Oh, the model I was referencing is the Tascam DR05.
Yep.
Zoom admittedly makes a better one, but you're going to spend twice as much for it. The Tascam
Is that the DR5?
Yeah, the DR5. It takes a micro SD card, and it's like $79. You can get them on sale. You can get them at Guitar Center.
Does it have a microphone in?
Yes, it does. It's a 3.5 mil, but it's got an input.
Right. Okay.
And it runs on batteries or USB bus power.
That's cool too.
Yeah, so for $80, and I've used them on a guitar, just like, scratch tracks. The microphones are really good on it. I mean, I was really surprised. Anyway, I'm gonna get more soda. I'll be right back.
Yeah, otherwise, if you do want to spend a little bit more, I guess a little bit more than twice as much, is the Zune H4n, which is kind of the standard. It has XLR, quarter-inch combo jacks, and built-in microphones, and that's the one that I've been using for a while. It's very, very nice.
I'm trying to think of other things like where I lost my train of thought.
Answered that question with a post. Josh, if you want to add to it. Okay. Guys, it is about that time for me. I've got to step out. There are 2 more questions in the tech. Taylor, if you want to grab those, can you?
Roger.
All right. All right, folks. It was lovely. I look forward to watching the rest of what you guys come up with. So have a good rest of the hangout. Bye.
All right. Thanks, Steve. See ya.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God, now he's gone. Can we talk about him? No.
God, that's Steve.
No, just a side note. I've been going through some medical stuff, and the really cool thing is he and a bunch of you guys from Techblr sent me a care package about a month and a half ago. I've been going through the medical stuff with. He did a print of one of his comics and lots of get well cards, and yeah, Steve's an awesome guy. And well, all of Techblr is pretty fucking awesome, but that was. I just wanted to let you guys know that he is a really stand-up guy because he won't say it himself. And,
I agree.
He kicks butt.
So, just wanted to put that out there. So the other 2 questions, do you have those?
I do. Do you have any more? Because I think I'm on yours.
I'll wait. I've got like 2 more.
Okay. Okay. That curly bitch also asked. I feel like I'm talking about her like behind her back, like, yeah, that curly bitch. Like, you know her. What is your favorite the fork did I just do moment?
What? Huh?
I think it's like what the fuck did I just do moment.
Oh. Okay.
I think that's what it is, but there's a utensil replacing the.
Oh. What the fork did I just do?
Yeah, that one.
That could mean so many things.
I know.
Oh God, I almost want context. What does she mean by that? Or he, or they?
Person?
What
I don't
gender
know.
pronoun do you prefer? Please.
It looks like they might prefer she, but just go with they for safety.
They. They.
I don't know. I mean, I had one of those moments today where I was like, oh, why did I decide to work on this extra show project when it's like this a nightmare? So I had that moment today. I don't know.
See, I'm gonna have to come back at that one because I'm
Like-
not quite sure the context of that one.
Like maybe it's like your like fuck beyond all repair moment, maybe? I don't
Oh,
know.
I've had plenty of those.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's more
Is
like
it-
what the fuck do I do moment. God, because I've had plenty of those.
Oh,
Anybody else?
yeah.
Well, we can come back to that one.
We'll go back. I have some
I-
horror stories.
Yeah, I mean, if they have some context to that one, that would really be cool. Okay, the one I got here
Let's see.
is from Slutiverse. That is awesome. You always hear about horror stories from clubs about shows. What is the worst show you've ever had?
Wow.
Ooh.
That
Ouch.
is loaded. Oh, God. Oh, well, I guess it's perfect time for the ICP cover band story.
Ooh, good. Steve will get to come back and watch this.
Yeah. I did a show in Far East Valley in Phoenix and up in this place called Apache Junction, which is sort of like every Breaking Bad episode you've ever seen. Hang on, my wife's asking if I want food.
Very important.
I know. If somebody else wants to jump in, knock yourself out.
That was the story? Oh, you're waiting for food.
No, I'm trying to
the
tell
story.
her what I want to eat because she's so nice and she loves me and she wants to give me a sourdough jack.
Okay, I had one. It's probably my third show working with this company. This was probably 3 years ago. It was a big rock and roll festival. Big mobile stage. It was like a 40 by 60 stage. 3 big rock bands. The last band was a band by the name of Queensryche.
Oh.
So at that time in my life, I was doing monitors, which I seem to be back doing more recently, which is awesome because that's what I like doing. So they show up for sound check with this big rack of stuff with guitar effects racks and Pro Tools rig and another computer Mac rig with it wasn't Axe Effects at the time, it was some other main stage or something for their guitar effects.
Oh, God, man.
I don't know if it was main stage, it was something, but he had his guitar was played through his laptop, which is never a good thing. So, sound check goes fine. They handle all their own in-ear mixes and wedges and side fills and everything, so I don't have channels coming into the monitor console at all. We took a recording split fan out right into their rig. Soundcheck went fine, everything's good, okay, so we tarp it up, we set it over to the side of the stage, wheel it around, the other 2 bands go up. Then Queensryche walks up to the stage and their time to go on, and we plug in their thing and turn it on, and the computer dies, the MacBook.
Oh.
So we're scrambling around, they're already 5 minutes late getting on stage, the front of house guy runs out, the front of house guy that's traveling with the band runs out, gives him his laptop, his MacBook Pro.
Okay.
Same thing, didn't work. We figure it was probably a combination of the condensation from sitting under the tarps and the heat because we're in Florida and it's fucking hot. But we actually went through 3 computers. None of them seemed to work. I think they're running it through Pro Tools because they had like effects for his in-ear mixes and everything. So in a moment of pure panic on my part, I unlatch the RAM latch for the recording split, latch in mine for the monitor console, and I have about 90 seconds to get a 14 mix monitor mix up for a 6-piece band. with screaming loud vocals and guitars, and it went pretty well actually. So it wasn't much of a horror story as just I've never been under so much pressure in my life at that point, so it was a little scary. And it ended with the two guitar players throwing punches down backstage after the show.
Awesome.
Because they didn't have their rigs that they felt comfortable with, and their ears and their effects and everything. They just had to use wedges. So.
Oh my god.
Laptops are bad. Don't rely on a laptop for your show. I'm serious. I swear to God, because it'll go down.
Theme of the day. Laptops are terrible.
Don't use it.
Just don't.
If you need to hire another person to play on stage with you. Jesus.
Anyway, my sourdough jack is on the way. So
Wonderful.
thanks to my lovely, beautiful, busty, awesome wife. The Insane Clown Posse gig. So I get called to fill in on a gig. He said it's just a bunch of cover bands. It's being put on by some motorcycle shop, and they've got a couple hundred people. I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. And it's an Insane Clown Posse cover band. Now, for some of you youngins who don't remember who ICP are, look them up. It involves meth, Fago, and hatchets. I'm just putting it out right now.
That's about right.
And for a kid like me who grew up on ska, northern soul, and punk, obviously I didn't have a high opinion of them, but I don't care. They're a client. So we do the show, and it's bad. But not so bad. We're not talking like, pure music festival bad, And so we're loading up the gear, and I get one of the guy, the lumpers is yelling at me, "Hey, they're taking our shit." Like, what? Look over, and there's this guy in this beat-up Toyota loading up all the socket cable. And I'm like, so I'm kind of like one of the A1s here, so I'm like, hey, what are you doing? And they just keep loading it up. So I'm like, I walk up to him, what are you doing? And he does this thing to me. Just like, before I turn around, one of the stagehands went to his truck and got his gun. And I'm like, wow, this escalated quickly. This is a little shitty couple hundred people, and it's just a couple of tweakers. And we're like, well, what's your problem? You're just going to throw this stuff out, right? They were going for the copper in the fucking line.
Yeah.
So, but while I'm going at it, one of them's snooping around the truck. So I'm having to go to my truck for my 30. I'm like, okay, I'm calling the sheriff. They got better guns. And before you know it, it's like a scene out of fucking Breaking Bad. The sheriff comes out, and they apparently know who these people are. They've got the Maricopa County Highway Patrol. You've ever seen Dukes of Hazzard? Give them a degree in AR-15s. So they come up fully loaded the bear, with the flat brim caps and the jack boots and everything, and the sun, every other word. And they come by and they arrest him, AR-15's out, and I realize why I like Phoenix. It's the city, it's safe, normal people live there, meth isn't, as much a thing. And I go to the promoter and say, hey, that was a really crappy gig, you're going to pay me, right? Pays me $200.
Wow.
Oh.
I'm like, okay, now I'm going to shoot you. Unacceptable. Needless to say, that promoter is no longer doing shows in the Valley because he's done some very stupid things.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I've never felt more terrified by a crowd in my life.
Yeah.
Wow.
They actually had fucking hatchets.
It's crazy.
Normal people don't need hatchets.
No.
Yeah, we had 2 years ago at Ultra Music Fest down in downtown Miami in the big park. We had an entire row pack, which is a big enclosed pallet of feeder. I think it was 2-aught or 4-aught feeder, very very thick cable for power. Somebody lifted it in the middle of the night.
Wow.
That's like $4,000.
Thousands and no, I think it was more than that. I think it was closer to 10. That's thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of cable. But the thing is,
a couple hundred feet. Jesus.
I think it was 3 sets of 100. So
Ooh.
so 1,500 feet.
And yeah, and
Feet.
for those of you who don't know, that's like cable, copper pure, about that
Oh
thick.
yeah,
Yeah.
because that's for like 600 amp power service. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably about a quarter ton of copper.
Yeah.
It's probably like the size of my arm. Jesus.
Yeah,
Just about.
it's
Hey,
a
can I
lot of
follow up
copper.
with Josh?
Yes.
You talking about monitors. What's your preferred way to get through a quick monitor check? I tend to subscribe to the whoever wants to snare in your wedge, put your hands up and put it down when you get it. Do you have a fast way to do it? What do you like to do?
I really like side fills because you can get a lot of lead vocal and kick and snare across the whole stage really easily. Um, I'll usually have kind of a bass line as far as vocals go, like a little bit of stage left guy in the stage left monitor, a little bit of stage right guy in stage right monitor, and then if they want to hear each other, they can, raise their hand. That's basically how I go. I want to get vocals done before anything else,
Yep.
and usually I'll kind of EQ a bit of the mixes way before line check or any of that, so I have
Yep.
an idea of when they're going to go.
Yeah, I agree with that.
When the band gets in, it's kick, and I usually do it by channel. If people aren't ready, if people are still tuning or dicking around, then I'll go by mix. So I'll give the drummer everything that he needs, and then I'll move to whoever. Basically, you got to do it. Doing monitors, especially, can be very political. So you can't say, "Oh, hey, you lead singer, what do you want in your wedge?" Like, you can't always do that because people have egos and all this stuff. So you basically got to get on the mic and say, "Okay, who's ready? Who needs what?" And then you just kind of got to wait for them.
That's so different than jazz, because jazz, it's always rhythm first. Rhythm first.
Yeah.
But big bands, if you don't have rhythm, you don't have anything. So
Yeah. I mean, once I get vocals done and I'm comfortable with that, I'll usually do kick and snare, and then bass and guitars, and then whatever else is left, because horns are usually left for last. Like we had a big band. We had like 12 people on stage on this very small stage at this last festival, and background singers weren't really singing because they weren't real background singers. They were like church volunteer singers, so they didn't know what they wanted. So I get that a lot, is people don't actually know what they want.
It's frustrating.
But
I'm dealing. Oh, go ahead.
when the bands are professional and know what they want, and they'll just go up, and I have it queued up, and I'm listening, I'm going up and up and up and up, and they're like, "It's good," and I'm like, "Okay, I can live with that. It's good." And move on to the next one. It's just about being quick. You got to know your console really, really, really well, and it helps it helps to talk to the band a little bit beforehand and get an idea of what they want and how they want it to sound, but you don't always get that chance.
Yeah, very good. Yeah.
I have another question, if we want to answer another question. Do we?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. This is from Crownless Again King. That's a very Shakespearean name. I like it. I have an interview for a theater tomorrow, finally. It's my college's theater, and I'm meeting with the TD and house manager, and I'm trying to get an internship credit work along with being an usher. What to say to the TD and what to wear to help me get the job? So this is kind of more of a general question. Being somebody who is a TD, as well as a chief engineer, dress neutral. Dress isn't really as important as what you say and how you say it. Speak confidently of what you know and be honest about what you don't.
Yep.
Because I'll be honest, when I hired the stagehands I hired, there is a technician who knows nothing about sound and nothing about lights, but she came in asking me questions. She interviewed me, and that took some ovaries. And she's a highly adaptable, and she's a dance major. She got a degree in dance, but she's adaptable. She works well with children, and she's educated, and she is quick to learn, and she did tech all through college. She wasn't technically in the
Jared's frozen for me. I don't know anybody else.
for the I was looking for.
Oh no.
Is anybody else hearing this?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Jared, you're lagging out a little bit, Jared.
Making some
People
interesting sounds.
like me out. Oh. Mainly because sit
Oh.
back. But no, I've actually had a couple of technicians who applied. You're mocking me, aren't you?
Oh, okay. You're back.
I heard none of that.
You went to robot voice.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. But yeah, just be honest about what you know and what you don't. Because, for example, I had a couple technicians say that they got all this experience through the Conservatory of Recording Arts and Sciences. I actually know quite a few of the professors over there, so I was able to actually ask about it and find out some of them were lying. So just be honest and
It's not good.
no, just be honest, and that will get you way in.
Yeah.
I say if you're honest and you have the attitude of wanting to learn the things you don't know, that goes a lot farther than thinking you know everything and lying about it, and then either getting yourself into a sticky situation where they're like, oh, so you can do this, right? And you have to be like, and then they find out you lied later, or just like coming off as over cocky and like having the skills but not wanting to do the job necessarily, or thinking you have room to learn.
Yeah, it always comes down to being a people person. Really, I mean, you can know everything in the world, and if you're an asshole, then no one's gonna want to work with you.
Right.
So.
And
That's
especially if you're going with a smaller venue, you're going to be dealing with the public. Like my technicians, the console is in the room. Like our sound console is literally right next to section C.
Yeah.
Because that's A, the best place to mix. B, you pay extra for the experience of being in the studio with the musicians. You look at places like Austin City Limits and Third Man Studios in Nashville, Jack White's studio. It's the same format. You're actually in the recording studio with the artist. And a lot of venues are moving towards that format, so you got to be nice.
Yep.
That's another reason I like monitors. I don't have to deal with the general public. I have to deal with
Not too bad.
I have to deal with bands, which are much worse than the general public, but there's a lot fewer of them.
Agreed.
I only got to deal with 5 assholes, and that's it.
I get to wear a nice suit. Okay, I get to wear an H&M suit. But, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, you should probably at least shower before you go to the interview, and maybe like brush your hair and teeth. But
yeah. Yes, please.
Look like you don't have to like go in there like all like in a tux, but maybe like casual, fancy kind of stuff would be kind of nice. I also have a few over here. I don't know how many you have left, Jared.
I've got a couple trickling in. They're getting there. It's just like 1 or 2 here and there. I'm just having a really crappy connection because the new apartment is like all brick and our router is struggling.
Oh. That's fun. Actually, so I'll take one over here to break it up. So Anonymous came back again, so hungry for all these questions, and has asked, I've primarily a studio-based background, but I want to get into working live gigs. What's the best way to get my foot in the door and get experience?
Shitty clubs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because shitty clubs have been fucked over by people who say they know what they're doing but don't. If you come in and actually fix a problem, they'll ask you back, and they'll appreciate it.
Yeah. Also, going back to the other question earlier, churches are a good place to start.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're not mixing, you have to expose yourself to that kind of environment. So go to a lot of concerts, talk to people, don't get in people's way. But if the sound guy is sitting around waiting for the next band to go up and it seems like he's not up to his eyeballs and shit, then maybe say hi and ask him a question or two. And I don't know. There's lots of other resources. There's Reddit. There's people on Tumblr. There's stuff like this.
There's little theaters around St. Louis. Little theaters always looking for engineers.
Yeah. yeah, if you just want to get experience behind the board, there's lots of opportunities. They're not all glamorous, and they're not all, state of the art, and you're not going to be mixing huge bands for arenas or whatever. But I mean, there's plenty of places to get plugged in if you look.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, one thing that I'm going to start checking out myself is the local bars and stuff that do have live music and, like, live, like, bands come to sing. So I'm actually planning to start, once I have time, at some point. It's something that I want to check out. So maybe that'll work out, and I'll let you guys know if that happens.
Yeah, a lot of the bands that play in bars, like on Friday nights or something, I'm seeing a lot of them just basically bring in their own sound system, and maybe the drummer will have a mixer next to him, or they'll have an iPad, or they might have their buddy mixing for them over on the side of the stage, or just basically go to the bar if there's a band playing and look for the guy with the iPad.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go.
But I will honestly say, any band who thinks that they can mix themselves from the stage
Not gonna
is
happen.
Oh,
wrong.
Crazy. Yep.
I mean, they have
otherwise this job wouldn't exist.
I mean, they have good
That's
intentions,
true.
all of them. It's not an ego thing. They just think that they can do it, and that's cool. But they just physics says no.
Yeah.
That's always my favorite answer when, like, somebody asks for a certain, like, effect, or like, oh, hey, can we do this? And it's like, physics literally will not allow me to make that happen for you.
My favorite is when the singer asks for a flanger and a reverb, and I look at him going, "You're literally asking for the opposite thing."
Which one?
Oh God. Okay, I got a question.
Good.
Brace yourselves. What is the best microphone?
57.
58. No,
57.
57. 57. You're right.
57.
57.
Because it's basically a 58.
I'm of the school that there is no such thing because I don't know what you're doing with it.
I was
You went to the
gonna
wrong
say,
school.
like, I was gonna say, like,
Oh, okay.
Ouch.
I sense a throwdown.
it depends on what you're doing with the microphone.
I'm of the person
Are you
Although
beating someone over the head? Are you miking a drum? It's both.
I have a case full of Shure microphones.
Yeah.
I hate them. But
What do you
people
like?
ask for them. I don't like the 58. It sounds like shit. I'm a Sennheiser E635. I don't
Okay.
like them, but I've got a
Six-
case full of them.
You said you do like the 635 or no?
Yes, I do.
Oh, I don't like that
Be-
one.
Yikes.
Although, okay, to be fair, if I'm doing a vocal mic, I'll do a beta 58. I'm okay with that.
Oh, Jared's been frozen again, sadly.
His
Oh,
opinion is invalid, and he's been kicked out of the.
I heard that.
Okay.
Okay, to be fair, I'm actually working on the $180 Acer CloudBook instead of that machine because it's still trying to get fixed. So the fact that I'm here at all is a miracle.
I think if I have another workhorse, it'd be the Neumann 184. I use that everywhere. It's a
Okay,
great
I'll
little
agree with
small
that.
condenser.
If I
I
had
will
any of
agree with
those, yeah, I would be using them.
But yeah, I'm of the school. I hate Shure.
Let's see. So some of my favorite mics, we'll say. For vocals, I do like the Beta 58. If the artist is on in-ears and not using wedges, or they're not crazy, like they don't need it to be loud, I really do like the Neumann 105.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful mic. It's very natural. If everyone's on in-ears, it sounds very, very nice. You can get a lot out of it at front of house with that mic.
But be prepared to pay.
Yeah,
We should
it's
that.
$600 or $800 or something. But I mean, for a top echelon artist, I would much rather have that probably over anything else. I think it's just that it can get hairy real quick. It's the only mic I know that'll feed back at 8K.
Yeah.
So I've had 5 of those on stage with wedges before. So that
Wow.
was
You're a
fun.
brave man.
Yeah, it wasn't my choice. I didn't put them there. Let's see. I like I've been going for the Sennheiser 421 a lot. I like that on horns. I like it on guitar. I like it on drums, on toms. It's really good.
Kind of honky on horns, don't you think?
What's that?
Another,
Kind of honky on horns.
yeah, I could
It's
see
in
that.
PLM 103s and 4050s.
I do like the 4050. This is a 2020. I do like the Audio-Technica mics.
One thing to look at, if you could look on eBay, they don't make it anymore. But if you got some trumpets or trombones, like if you got a big band or a ska band, look for the AKG C2000B.
C2000B.
Yeah, it's a large diaphragm condenser. Actually, if you look, I've got it right there. It's up there.
Nice.
And it's a wonderful, wonderful mic for brass. It's really sweet around the 4 to 8K range, but it's not shrill above 12, so it keeps that trumpets in check. And you can get them for like $200 if you look for them used.
Show it again.
AKG C2000B. So it's not the AKG C1000, which is a shit mic. It's the
Absolutely.
2000. And it's a very simple mic, and you can find them on like Amazon for like $200. Seriously, if you deal with a lot of horns, get a couple of those guys, and it'll make your life a lot easier.
I also really like the what is it? Is a Electro Voice RE20 is a good mic for trombones, especially. I do like it on trombones, trumpets sometimes.
Great for bass.
Broadcasting mic.
Yeah.
Great for bass.
Yeah, bass.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Bass.
I can see that.
Bass amp cab. And then I've actually put it on kick drum. I use it on kick for jazz a lot,
Yep.
especially if there's no hole.
Really?
If there's no hole in the head, just a single RE20. Because you're usually not doing a ton of kick in the mix for jazz. So
I've used a Crown PZM. I take a binder and
Okay.
put a Crown PZM in front of it.
Yes.
That's what I do. Because drummers get freaked out when you put a microphone in front of them in jazz.
yeah,
Oh my god, they turn into such whiny little creatures.
Wow.
yeah. My
Seriously.
my yeah.
One of them, and I'm not saying he's a whiny little bitch because I have a massive amount of respect for him, but Lewis Nash dislikes microphones. And Lewis Nash, if you're into jazz, he's got like 20 Grammys or something like that. I don't know. It's not that many, but he's got a huge amount of Grammys. He's on like over 100 recordings, and he dislikes microphones, and for good reason. I mean,
Yep.
he's an acoustic player, so you got to figure out how to be discreet with a lot of jazz artists.
Yeah, my go-to for jazz is a RE20 on the front head, Shure KSM 137 on the snare for brushes, and a 414 overhead single.
I use 2 of the Rode M3s. They're like what the C1000, the AKG C1000 should have been.
Right.
Now that we've completely geeked out over gear, and things, I'm just like, whoa, whatever.
It's making my head spin a little. I'm still learning.
You'll get there, Taylor.
Yeah, someday.
It comes down to preference. I mean, microphone choices are sometimes people will freak out if they can't have their mic on their channel or whatever. But I mean, if you can't make a 57 work on something, you need to rethink what you're doing.
Absolutely.
That
I
is
mean,
true.
yeah.
I mean,
It's
Tom
true to.
Petty-
What's that?
Oh,
Tom Petty uses them. Steven Tyler uses it as a vocal mic, and it's been a popular snare mic for everybody. So, I mean, you can't go wrong.
Yeah. Now, I will say, if you have 40 channels on stage, they cannot all be 57s because it will go bad real fast.
I secretly want a reality show where you take a band that wants to make it big and a couple of engineers and you put them together.
Oh, that'd be
And you
awesome.
throw challenges at them like, you must mix with 58s, and here's your Behringer Xenix board. And just see what happens. See what happens.
That would be amazing.
You know, it's like, oh, you need to record, and you're going to do it with this Talkboy 2000. Then again, the hipsters would probably love that.
Oh my god. I mean, like, that's a loaded question that they asked, is like, what's your favorite? Because it depends on what you're doing, it depends on who you're asking, because there's a million different ways to do sound, and there's a lot of wrong ways, but there's also a lot of right ways.
I mean,
Yeah.
a good example is I work with one of my private contracts is with Lakeshore Music, and the producer brings in top quality Grammy Award-winning artists. He's one of the few producers who's able to get artists out of Cuba, like deep Cuba, into America to perform, and some of the best in jazz and fusion, and just it's a phenomenal program. I'm lucky to be with it. And one of the things, they have a Ravenscroft piano. Now, Bob Ravenscroft is he makes these wonderful handmade pianos. I think they blow Steinways away. $250,000 pianos easily. And you know what I use to mic them? $300 CAD N179s and a pair of $60 Behringer C2s. I shit you not, that gives me the best live sound. And I struggled for months to find the right mix. Turns out I spent less than $400.
Yeah, it's cool.
You don't.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't need to spend a lot of money. I've seen guys with Royer ribbon mics on a guitar cabinet, and it didn't sound that good.
Right.
I mean, you can get a decent sound with a $100, $200, $300 mic. You don't need to spend.
MXL 144, cheap, good ribbon mic. I have another question.
I have a couple as well, so up to you.
Go ahead. You go first. I'll go next.
There's a couple that came from that curly bitch. The first one was she, haha, thanks for asking, and she said she meant, she's like, that moment, like, when I dropped 3 miles backwards from the grid, like, what the fuck did I just do, damn it, and then you have to pull all that shit back up, like, that silly thing you do without thinking moment.
Oh, that one of those, why the fuck did I just do that moment?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
Now-
yeah, alright, that helps.
Okay.
Oh, God. Okay, I got it. Is working with the studio I'm with now, and we had a corporate event. It was an event of wedding contractors, bands, caterers, bartenders, dueling pianos, anybody that you would expect to hire at a wedding. And they had their holiday party. So they were all kind of showcasing themselves. So I had 6 bands and a 300-seat venue. I thought it would be a good idea to patch all of them in at once.
No, you can't do that.
I was determined to say, I have 3 technicians. I don't have time to do scene changes. And then, halfway through realizing my mistake, because I'm working on an Allen & Heath QU24, which is the best bang for your buck, but you still have 24 mono channels and 3 stereo channels.
Mm-hmm.
And doing the math, you realize that this is going to end poorly. The organizer then comes to me and says, I don't like this the speaker over on the left side. It's right next to my blackjack dealer. Turn it off. I go to my director saying, no, and she looks at me and goes, Jared, yes. And I respect this woman greatly, so now I am mixing with half of my mains. And I'm sitting there going, what the fuck am I doing here? I'm mixing all of my vocals and my rhythm section through my mid-fills, which are only 600 watts each. And I'm using my one main as a sub. Luckily, the kid I have on as A1 he has a lot of respect for me, and he's very good. And he swore he was going to beat me with a baseball bat in the parking lot afterwards. And I wasn't going to fight him. I was just going to let him, because I would do the same thing. We made it through the night, thankfully, with 2 bands, 2 solo acts, a hypnotist, and 2 dueling pianos.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, that was my moment. next?
I think like the first show that I was really like involved with for sound was a year ago. I worked on as an assistant designer and board operator slash QLab button pusher for Bat Boy, the musical. Great show. But we put our pit it's a rock musical, which is great, but also not terribly great when you put the rock band in a cement pit and that you can't cover. Because there's someone coming out of it. It's definitely not far enough into the ground, and oh boy, we were like, yeah, we should like mic the drums and everything. We might we had a mic for kick drums there and like the hi hats and just like we had it was a huge percussion set, so we used mic all of it, and then just throughout the entire thing, it was just a what the hell are we doing, because there was so much sound in this cement hole that was bouncing off of everything, and we're just kind of like, can we just move them to another room? just like phone them in or something like that. And
Tape them.
yeah, I don't know. It was just, we were like, what are we doing? We should just not have a band. And then I think this was also like another moment during that whole process was that the musical director, for some reason, didn't know, like, there was a couple of, like, a lot of solo lines that would just pop out, but they had to be super clear because they were important to the songs, and, but one day I was like, Brian, we should probably know who does those, because that would make our job easier. And I went to go ask him, he's like, oh, I have no idea who sings those lines, and I'm like, oh,
Wow.
great! Guess we're learning on the show.
They didn't give them a
basically.
script or anything?
Well, that's what I thought. He would have written them down, like, oh, like, this person's woman 1, this person's woman 2, or something like that, and there was nowhere to be found. The stage manager didn't know, because he didn't know, and we were just like, oh, good, it just keeps getting better. Yeah. Oh, and then the bass guy, he looked like Seth Green. So we kept calling him that, and then
Seth Green is kind of cute, so I can see that, you know?
oh, it wasn't terrible. We just like kept calling. We were like, we can't remember his. I think his name was Dan, actually. Nice guy. But and not a terrible bass player. But for a rock musical that has such a punchy and sharp bass, his bass was so fucking muddy, and we were just like, why is this all happening at the same time? I don't know. I mean, ended up like not even using any of the mics for the drums. We're like, just turn them all off. We just spent like half of our budget on gear. We went like 150% over, at least, almost twice our budget for the show, just with mic rentals and gear rentals and stuff like that. And then we were like, we can't use half of this.
I know the feeling. I've had a show where I spent $600 on Audix drum mics. The guy shows up with a MIDI kit and a drum shield.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's funny.
That wasn't. You, Josh?
I mean, I have a lot, because, you know, when I first moved down here to Florida, like 4 years ago, I was working more like corporate AV in hotels, and that was pretty much miserable all the time. So most of the time I was like, I was thinking to myself, what the hell am I doing, or why did I just do that? Basically, there's this bar that's outdoors, and it's this big hotel. It's a Ritz-Carlton on Key Biscayne, if you know it or want to look it up. It overlooks the ocean, and there's a bar out on the beach, and there's all this seating and palm trees that are basically in the sand, and they want to have uplights for their evening dinner drink event. So we have to cart all this shit all the way around the hotel, all the way down through the lawn, out to the bar. And then we have to put all the lights up on the trees and the chairs and umbrellas, and then we have to bury the cables into the sand because you can't use cable ramps, you can't tape down cables, and they don't have battery-operated lights.
They do, but they're incredibly expensive.
Well, we didn't own battery operators. I knew damn well that they existed, and I tried to get them to buy them. It took a while. They eventually bought us LED lights, so that was an upgrade. So we could actually put more than 2 lights on a circuit. But yeah, there were a lot of times when it was like 7, 8 o'clock at night, and it's still 95 degrees outside, and I'm literally in a suit and tie, digging through the sand trying to bury a cable, and I'm thinking, why the hell am I doing this? And then there were other nights when it's 4 in the morning and I've been there for 18 hours, and we reset a room, and it turns out we reset the wrong room, and they have to reset it again.
Oh my god!
There's lots of that. That's kind of why I got out of that position. That was not fun for very long.
Really? Why?
Can't imagine.
When you work 28 days straight and then you ask for a day off and they tell you no, that might be time to quit.
Yeah.
You're the only one left.
None for me, thanks.
No? I have another question, though.
Go for it.
Okay, let me get back to my iPad here.
Okay.
From Anonymous, again. Question for the Hangout. What do you guys carry on you during your shows? Multi-tools, flashlights, phones, etc.
I'll go.
Phone, flashlight, multi-tool, gaff tape.
Rats. Oh, I was going to say rat sniffer.
Oh yes, that. Okay, here's mine. So this is what's actually on me. Is my Gerber multi-tool, much better,
suspension.
a lot nicer than Leatherman, in my opinion. I do like the Gerbers. For my bigger shows, I carry distanceometer, a laser measurer for distance for setting PAs, because tape measures are antiquated. Always a roll of electrical tape, Sharpie or 2 or 3, flashlight, which is pretty self-explanatory. On shows where I'm not mixing, where I'm like system tech and the band's engineers coming in, or shows with DJs, I always have earplugs on me at all times. These are Etymonic Research ER20s, I think, and they're like $12 on Amazon, and everybody should own a pair. And then my gloves, and this is my Pelican. It was like $110. I think they're $200 now. I got it on sale, but it's very worthwhile.
That's sexy.
I just had a C-wrench.
That and everything's in there. My Behringer XR18 fits in there along with the rest of my kit, so it's a good size. It's carry-on size, and it comes with me everywhere. So, yeah.
Okay, me, I am also in the Gerber camp. I got my 600 Leatherman. So, nice little dealie there. LED flashlight. I have my rat sniffer. And actually, Josh is the one who turned me on to the rat sniffers.
Yep.
It's made by Rat Sound. The battery in mine is dead right now, but it's a cool little gadget. Yay big. And it comes in 2 parts. And the cool part is one part has a quad AA battery. Yep, he's got his too. See, check that out. And one has a quad AA battery in it, and the other end has a 3 LED indicator. And the cool part is, if you apply phantom power to a cable, you could run down with half the unit, plug it in, and see just what pins are working on your snake.
Yep.
Or if you got a run of 300 feet of cable, you put one end on, power it up, it gives you 48-volt phantom power, and the other end will tell you what's working. It's, ooh, that's food.
Yeah, it's I think it's like $45 or $50. It's very, very well worth the price. If you want to use just the passive end with the 3 LEDs, if someone at front of house sends phantom power down a line, and you have a 4-channel snake and you want to make sure it's wired in the right order, you just go 1, 2, 3, 4. It's really, really cool, really easy. We do our pre-line checks with this, so basically checking the snake and checking all the channels before we do line checks. It's very useful for finding bad channels and multi-pins and anything else.
Yeah, my wife got this for me for Christmas. One of the awesome Christmas gifts she got me. And she brought me sandwiches, which is awesome too. And also, while Josh has his Pelican case, I have my...
While he's getting that, I also carry these. They're $1 at Target. There's 10 of them. They're basically baby wipes, but they're amazing, especially because it's hot as balls out here in Florida. And also a couple extra T-shirts, and that keeps you going through the day because it gets nasty out there. At least where I am, I don't get to sit in the theater.
I was a little distracted. My wife just got back from the record store, and she got like an X album, an Elvis Costello album, and a Tom Waits album that are really cool.
Nice.
And this is my case. It's a Husky brand tool case. $45. And it's got some cute foam, and everything fits in it.
Nice.
Next.
Who's next? Is it me? Am I going? Is that it? Personally, I am a Leatherman fan. I'm going to admit. When I was looking for tools and stuff, I just happened to find. I just had all the things that I wanted in it. So I have but it was just a matte black Leatherman, which I added gaff tape to or spike tape to, so I could find it in situations where everything is black because that's what happens backstage. Some of the paint did rub off on me for like the first week, but now we're fine. I have a flashlight, C-wrench. I definitely carry Band-Aids and Advil and or Excedrin with me. I know I get headaches and stuff like that. Earplugs. Depending on where I'm going, I will carry my cans with me, depending on what I'm doing. And at all times, I seem to have a 1/4-inch TRS, eighth-inch to 1/4-inch adapter in my backpack is just chilling there for my headphones in case I ever need it. I'm trying to think. Extra clothes, deodorant's always good.
Socks. Bring an extra pair of socks all the
Socks
time.
are good.
Yeah, it was great advice.
I hope you guys don't mind. I'm going to eat a greasy sourdough jack into the microphone.
Oh, I'm so jealous. I'm so hungry.
Great.
I'd share if you were here.
Oh, well, I appreciate that.
A couple other toys that I have. This is an iPad mount for a mic stand. So this sits right next to me at the console, which is very useful. Shure microphone bags make great adapter kit holders.
Yep.
So you fit a lot of barrels in here. This is like jam-packed with stuff. And then for anybody in audio, I highly suggest some IL-19 transformers.
Oh, God, yes.
Because that is the safe and effective and most likely legal way to lift grounds and get rid of buzzes without chasing your tail around for hours. You throw one of these in the connection that usually solves your problems. It's a quick fix. It's not a permanent fix, but sometimes you need a quick fix.
And way cheaper than a Countryman or a Pro DI.
Yep.
Oh, I should probably see if I got more questions.
I have a few.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That curly bitch also asked a couple more questions. What made you fall in love with sound? How did you get started? She apologized for asking so many questions, but I don't think she should be apologizing.
Come
on. And she's having fun watching, and she says thank you. Well, you're welcome. Thank you for watching and asking questions. You're the reason we're here, because we get to answer your questions. I can start. Actually, I started pretty much in music, and I came into college doing doing music education. Actually, that was my I was like, great, this is the path that I'm going on. At the end of high school, my high school let us do an internship with whatever we wanted to, as long as we could go find something our own. And I was like, you know what? I'll be doing music for the rest of my life, so let's do something in theater because I know I like that, and that way I could be a stagehand or something, and I won't be doing shitty paperwork all the time. So I managed to work and kind of observe production manager and audio engineer for a little while, and I really enjoyed it. And after a first semester of pretty much hell and dreading what I was doing, I decided to make the jump to theater, and audio seemed like a good fit, given my music background, which has definitely helped me a lot in what I've been doing and learning about. And there's just nothing else like it, and that's probably why I love it. It's unique. It's one of the other live parts of it, in at least theater specifically. In most cases, if you're doing musicals and stuff like that, you have the actors who are making live sound, but you are also making the live sound, which is a cool feeling. And lights is it's live, but you're pressing a button, whereas it changes every night for audio. And I think that's kind of cool. And it's fun for me. I like doing it.
Well, there's nothing like being out there either. When the room is into it and you can cut the energy with a knife, and it's all clicking, it's great. And when it all goes to hell, it's great. It's just being in the front of the house and mixing that show.
Yeah, so I grew up playing piano and then bass and guitar and taught myself a lot of instruments. And when I was little, I had open heart surgery, so I skipped a year in school. So I kind of sat home and tinkered on the computer, and I tinkered on the piano, and the two eventually kind of melded together. So instead of going to school for performing arts, I went the other direction and went towards technical arts. And that's one of the things I really like about this job, is that it's very scientific and technical, but it's also very creative, and you can be artsy with it, and there's not a lot of jobs that you get both aspects of that at the same time. I like doing monitors, like I said, a lot. You feel a lot more connected with the band, and it's very much a service job. Some people might not see it that way, but I definitely see it that way, where at monitors you are helping the band get exactly what they need to do their jobs, and at front of house you are basically giving the audience what they need to enjoy their experience. It's not, neither of the positions, nothing about sound is really about you as an individual. You're a part of a team, you're part of the bigger picture. Same in theater, you're definitely much more part of a team. You're helping the actors, you're helping the rest of the tech crew. It's very inclusive, and it's very collaborative, and it's very cool. And I like talking about it, I like geeking out about it, I like learning stuff, because I definitely don't know everything, and I like it. It's cool. I'm lucky, and I'm glad that I get to do it.
I started out actually in theater performance way long ago, and I was doing tech and performance at the same time. And one little known fact is that I actually made most of my money as a body double. Some of you might know the actor Robert Picardo from Star Trek. I was his body double. So.
Oh, frozen.
I'm sorry?
Oh, there it is.
Okay. I'm sorry. That's what I used to do for a living. I was a body double. And I was doing tech on the side because I had this driving urge to eat. And eventually it led to a TD position at an opera house that I was honestly not quite prepared to do. I was doing live sound on the side, but it wasn't my specialty. And then 2008 hit, and I lost my job in my house. At the same time, I got out of a bad relationship and met a girl that would end up being my wife. The lovely woman who brought me my sandwich for tea. And that's only because she loves me, not because she feels it's any kind of gender role. So don't get that.
But
She will kick your ass.
I guess it was a gender role since it was a sandwich.
Oh.
Oh, gender role. I see. But anyway, when I was dating her, I had this epiphany that I should go back to school and study the digital side of audio production. And unlike most normal people who look at their spouse and go, "That's fucking crazy. Get a real job, for God's sakes. We have a family." She said, "No, go for it." And she was 110% supportive, more so than anybody else in my life. So I went back to school, and 6 months later, I got offered a job with ASU.
Ooh,
And
awesome.
I've been there ever since. It's been 5 years. And I love my job. And I took what I was doing part-time, and it turns out that that's the thing I'm actually the best at. Because I was a IATSE union stage manager for about 8 years while doing acting on the side. And when my wife met me, I was still acting in like community theater. I was still plugging away at it. I mean, I had no delusion that I was going to be some Hollywood star, but I liked it. But I was still teching shows and working in production and working on live sound. When I went back to school, it was just that extra component I needed. And now I am proud to say that I have a very good reputation in the jazz community in the Southwest. I've worked with artists such as Bobby McFerrin, Lewis Nash, Christian McBride, Kneebody, Snarky Puppy, Harry Connick Jr., George Benson. I'm very proud of my path, and I'm very happy to have found sound.
Also, I don't know if you're aware, Jared, but you are a little dim in your volume there.
Already?
At least for me.
Oh,
Yes,
Yeah.
my
quiet.
pad was engaged. I'm sorry, I was eating a sandwich.
Oh, there we go.
I was trying to be polite so you didn't hear me slurping on my bacon.
I would have understood.
So I was just going, oh.
Okay, there we go. That was on purpose, I figured. That curly bitch also asked, where do you get your custom molded in-ears, and do you have any advice about them?
Hold on.
That was an
Okay.
awkward situation. I'm actually going back to the audiologist tomorrow. I use custom in-ear monitors for medical reasons because I've suffered hearing damage. Thankfully, it's in amplitude, and my frequency response to my hearing has not been compromised. That being said, I do need independent control of both channels. So my in-ear monitors are actually for medical reasons. And I go through an audiologist because they're medical, and they are incredibly expensive. But in my experience, they have been incredibly useful, but should be something you talk to an audiologist about, because that's not it's not a cheap endeavor. You'll spend anywhere from $500 to $2,000. And B, it really helps to talk to somebody who knows about the biology of hearing to make sure you're getting the right device. Because you can do more damage than good if you get the wrong device. And what do you have to say? We're waiting for him to jack back in here. I just gave my tirade on in-ear monitors. I don't know where you went.
Well, I went to go look for mine, but I can't seem to find them. I'm a big fan. Well, they're somewhere. I'm a big fan of Sensophonics out of Chicago. They make really great products. They have a wide variety of models and products. I have custom molded in-ears, the 2Max, and I have custom molded earplugs, which I highly recommend. They're about $150, and I've had mine for like 6 years now. And
Wow,
I use them all
yours
the
are way
time.
cheaper. I spent about $1,000 on my Westtones.
On your
Westtone,
molded
the molded ones.
IEMs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, no, the IEMs are like $800 or $900.
Yeah.
The earplugs. Just
Oh, the earplugs.
So even if you're not mixing in your monitors, if you're going to shows or you're going to concerts a lot, get custom molded earplugs. They're very comfortable. I wear them for 8 or 10 hours at a time. They have different little pads that you can put in for different levels, so you don't feel like you're underwater. You don't feel like you're wearing shooting cans. You can still hear everything. It's just a little bit of protection. As far as in-ear monitors in general, I like them a lot. A lot of people aren't used to them, so they end up giving up on them because, again, they don't know what they want, and they don't know how to. I don't know. They don't know how to ask for things in their ears.
Again, go to an audiologist, an ear, nose, throat specialist. Ask them about in-ear monitors. Trust me, this is one of those things where there's enough volume going through there. You really shouldn't talk to a medical professional, and an audiologist will be able to get you dialed in really good. I like mine, and like I said, my West-Tones, I'm getting fitted for them tomorrow, and they are a life changer.
Yeah.
But be prepared to make sure that you know what you're getting into. If this is going to be your profession, it's a worthwhile investment.
Yeah. I'd say if you're making decent money full-time as an audio engineer and you feel like it's something that you want, either for your personal or for work-related things, then yeah, go to an audiologist and talk to them first before you spend upwards of $1,000 on them. If you are using them for work, I highly suggest getting the same brand and models as your artist, because that will make a difference, because not all in-ears are created the same. These ones that I'm using right here are Shure 215s. They are $100. They're very comfortable. They sound pretty good, and they sell them at Guitar Center and like Walmart, I think, or Best Buy. So that's a place to start if you don't want to quite jump into the molded.
Yeah, and when it comes to the molded, my West-Tone ES20s are running about $1,000, but again, I need them for medical reasons because of my hearing balance. But when you get into that category, each one of these monitors will push 140 decibel if you want it. So this is one of those things where you want to make sure you're getting the right thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's also, it comes down to responsibility on your part. And if you're working and you're mixing in your monitors, you have to have discussions with your artist, and you have to know where they're listening, because you can be pushing a mix into the orange or the red, and if their belt pack's up all the way, they're going to be deaf in the next year. Yeah. So there's a lot of caution that you have to use when you're using them, and when you're listening at home or in the car. Don't wear these in the car, for God's sakes. Don't wear your iPod, your iPhone earbuds. That's most likely illegal, and it's stupid. Don't do that. If you're listening at home, or when you're on the bus, or when you're on an airplane, just be careful about the level that you're listening to, because this is millimeters away from your eardrum, and it can be very loud, and you might not recognize it at first, especially in airplanes, because there's a lot of background noise. What I usually do is put my molded earplugs in, and then I wear these headphones, Audio-Technica ATH-M50s, which are very nice headphones.
Oh, okay. You use the M50s.
I do. I don't really use them for live. For live, I'm still using my Sony MDRs.
I use the M40s. I'm that flat frequency response guy.
Yeah.
Next, anyone?
I don't have any yet. I'm still saving up because eventually it'd be nice to get them. But like they said, investing in them is important, but also expensive.
Yeah. Also, another cheap and chipper earplug that you don't have to spend a lot of money for, but do great. It's made by Surefire. They're the company that makes if you're anti-gun, you might not like these guys because they make stuff for AR-15s and all sorts of stuff, but they make passive noise gate earplugs. And these are really cool. They're essentially earplugs with little silicone baffles, and they can cut about anywhere from 12 to 18 dB, and they've got little plugs that fit into the baffles that can cut it by 30 dB. These are great little earplugs that are not molded, but they only cost about $20 each for the pair. They're originally designed for soldiers who needed to communicate with one another but still had hearing protection when they fired their weapon, which is why they use a passive silicone noise baffle.
That's really cool, actually.
Yeah, they're really neat, and they actually are great because it allows you to work on a show and still communicate with people as you step away from the booth.
Yeah.
But you can still mix, and it's... Excuse me. Oh, God, that's gross. But it allows you to still mix and still have some level of frequency response.
That is very cool. Are they flat-ish response when the plugs are in?
About as flat as you can get for a passive system.
Okay.
They're on Amazon. They don't offer a frequency response chart for nerds like me and Josh and everybody here on Soundblr. But they're for $20. They're great concert plugs.
Yeah, for sure. Sensophonics has one, but it's an active solution, and it costs a lot of money because there's actually microphones inside the earbuds. So you flip a switch, and it basically takes the earplugs out for you without having to actually take them out. So if someone's standing next to you, they can still whisper in your ear, and then you flip them back on, and you get your mix back in your ear. It's called 3D Active Ambient, and they're very expensive. But these are $20, and they're not bad.
Someday, dreaming still, Matt, do you have anything to add before next question?
No, I'm good.
Okay. So, make sure that's answered. Liz, backstage left, was like, asked a question. She was like, "Yay! Congrats on being the first department to get their ass in gear and organize your own hangout." So, good job, guys. High fives to us.
Nice.
And then second, what are some things that sound people want non-sound types to know about your work? What do you think would be helpful if everyone working on a show, gig, production knew in terms of sound?
Be quiet when we're doing sound check.
It makes us sound like Pokemon a little bit. I kind of like the question. But yeah, definitely if you can help it, depending on what the situation is, don't make noise during sound check, and try not to interrupt it, or the engineer and the technician, if there's both, might want to put a warrant out for your death.
We are trying to work.
There will be a bounty on your head, and you don't want to be on that list.
Or a rather large engineer coming to talk to you about it.
That's true, and I will say, in this environment, sound people tend to be the biggest. And it was commented that there is an inordinate number of sound people who tend to be both left-leaning and gun-loving. So, not that I would say we ever would do that, God no. But we're a predisposition to be angry people. I would honestly say that, just to convey to the rest of the crew that while it looks like we're just pushing buttons, I mean, especially in my world, I do a lot more music production and live session recording, where we're doing a live show and recording on the same system. That means we only have one shot to get everything.
Yep.
And it is, believe it or not, when I'm sitting there staring at screens, yes, I'm actually doing math. No, don't talk to me, please.
Yep.
Give me 5 minutes and then I can talk to you. It's one of those things where the pre-show is very important. You need to talk to me during the show, okay, I can deal with that.
Yeah,
but
I'm
just
the same
give
way.
us our space.
Yeah, so if I'm at the console before a show, I'm probably very, very busy. If I'm away from the console, then that means I have a second to breathe. If he asks me something that's cool during the show, yeah, I'll step away for a second. But if it looks like I'm busy, I'm probably really really busy. Were you done, Jared? Sorry.
No, I'm stream of consciousness. It's the vodka talking now.
So
I
okay,
have something positive to add to it.
things that I wish non-sound people knew. This is a Shure SM58.
Oh yeah, I've got a case of that. So, yep.
This is proper mic technique. You can put your mouth. You can put your mouth on the microphone. It's not gonna bite you. It's not gonna be bad. Usually, okay, yes, a windscreen might help, but this is bad. This is everybody puts the microphone down here because this is what they see on the news, and that's how people think that you use a microphone. And it's not. During sound check, what was it? One of our first questions is, this person got yelled at for making some noise during sound check. I've gotten yelled at for making noise during a sound check, and I've yelled at people for making noise during a sound check. So,
Absolutely.
if things are happening and you don't need to be talking, don't talk, or go out in the hallway to talk.
There's usually somewhere else you can make noise that's not there.
I mean, I'm not playing with the lights when they're doing focus, so don't yell when I'm trying to use my ears, I guess.
Just take a flashlight and be like, whoa.
Yeah, okay. And so in my world, especially when I'm doing monitors, if people are like whistling for no reason, just to whistle, that can get you in a lot of trouble. There's people who there are people who will go off on you for that, because that can be interpreted as feedback, and that can be interpreted as, people can lose their jobs over that kind of shit.
Yep.
Just a fair warning.
Good example is I actually just spent 2 hours getting yelled at by a producer of classical Indian music for the exact same thing.
Yeah.
We got feedback because somebody was whistling a tune, and it was one of our new technicians' first day mixing rabab, a tambur, tabla, and a hammer dulcimer instrument. And for anybody who's done classical Indian music, they ride the edge of feedback all day long.
Yep, tablas suck.
Just cut everything below 500. Just cut it. But the problem was she was having feedback, and it was because she couldn't get a clear mix and she didn't have the experience to correct. And I had to spend 2 hours getting ripped a new one by this Indian producer, and he was right. And I'm, being the TD and the chief engineer, I had to sit there and apologize.
Yeah.
Don't whistle, it's not fun.
No, yeah, there's really no reason for it. I know it's a habit for some people, but I mean, it can get hairy really quick. The other thing, I don't know how much you guys experience this in theater, but when I'm doing like large corporate conferences, I usually have to be on comm headset throughout the whole show. And if I have a panel of 5-6 people, I need to be able to listen to the room, and I can't have a headset on. So I just pull pin 2 and pretend it's broken. Well, yeah, it's not always an option. So for me, there's a couple different options. There's grab a buddy from the tech team who's not really doing anything and have them stand next to you and have them wear the headset, and then they can tell you things if you need to be told things. But what I did actually is I built a contraption that strips the DC voltage, and I put the comm line into the console, and I built a Q bus, and I wear in-ears. At front of house, I wear in-ears. I have 2 audience mics, and I build a Q bus with program delayed back to the room mics and comm. And so I have a separate bus that I'm monitoring everything just the way I would if I'm mixing monitors on the stage, but I do that at front of house. So that's a little tip for anybody if you're at that level and completely insane like I am.
I'm going to steal that. That's cool.
Just make sure you get the right product, or make sure you're cutting the right pins and putting the transformer where it needs to go, because you don't want powered comm line going into your console.
No.
That'd be bad.
Just get a project box and make a step-down transformer.
There's I forget the website. I saw a website the other day that had some really, really cool sound nerd toys that were like $100, and the comm thing was one of them. I think Production Nerdcom makes a talent audio output thing for comm, which will do the same thing.
Or you can get a Matchbox DI and just do a 1/4 inch out into a subgrip.
That too.
But that's a shitty ghetto way to do it. But
Yeah,
won't sound that good.
So basically, moral of the story is I don't like getting talked to while I'm trying to listen to things other than the person that's trying to talk to me.
What are positive things, though? That's like 3 negative things. What's something positive that we can tell her?
Shit. Okay.
Go ahead.
For non-sound types,
Yeah.
patience. Patience is always good, depending on who you are in the production and whatever's going on. Understand that because it's, especially with live, it's like it's not going perfect the right the first time it happens and that you're hearing it, and we're probably very, very aware of what's happening and trying to fix it as fast as we can. So if it's not fixed after about an hour and it's the same problem, maybe make a note about it and try to pull us aside later and be like, hey, what's the deal with that, depending on what it is. But yelling immediately will not solve your problem any faster and will also make it harder for us to hear what the problem is.
Yes.
Oh, I got one. If it sounds weird, just look where you're at. Because what you're hearing might not be what you should be hearing.
Yep.
Because the mix out in the house, because I get a lot of this from some of our novice technicians. We're doing sound check, and we're like, God, this is really loud. And they're right, because there's no bodies in the room.
Yep.
Right.
So just be aware, and if you honestly see something that seems kind of weird, just ask, because odds are we have a reason for doing it. And sometimes it takes a different ear, because I've caught some people who've been in the balcony or in the mezzanine who couldn't hear something, and of course me being down on the floor, I can't hear that. So if you do hear something funny, just ask, because you could actually end up helping somebody.
If you hear something, say something.
Yeah, say something. You could actually be helping. So.
But not when we're at the desk and not during sound check.
Correct.
Yes.
Make a note. Hand it to us on a Post-it note, and we'll get to it.
Post-its are wonderful.
Yeah.
You got one? Because I think I've got a couple.
I have 2 that are sitting there right now, but you can go ahead.
Oh crap! I got it on my iPad. Okay, here we go. I might be a little buzzed. I'm not gonna lie. Hang on here. Give me a second. Okay, we have another one from Crownless Again King. Hi.
Hey.
My name is Tolkien. Really? Not Shakespearean from It's the Riddle of Strider. Oh. Their name is actually Tolkien. That's crazy. Anyway, I had another question. You guys mentioned a lot of math. Any math classes you guys would recommend for take for sound engineering?
Physics.
Yeah, physics. If there's if there's any kind of acoustics class, yeah, the class I took was actually called I think it was the physics of acoustics, or acoustics and physics and something like that, and that was very useful, obviously.
I would tell you there are 4 formulas you will use in live sound. You will use ohms to wattage.
Yep.
All the time. You will use a Pythagorean theorem.
Yep.
All the time, because you need to do speaker spreads.
Yep.
Very basic calculus for time, speed, and space for delays.
Yep.
And honestly, it's just a 3, because honestly, the 4th one I really don't use that much. Because the other one was the formula to calculate RMS to peak voltage and wattage,
Mhm.
and you really don't use that much anymore because so many things are active if they're not a house.
Mhm.
You're only going to be using that stuff if you're doing huge installations with like line arrays and stuff.
Yeah.
Stuff like Josh does with corporate events. I don't even use it that much because I have my studio and it's a set number.
Mhm.
Yeah, I do a lot. I do a lot of pre-production, pre-planning. That a lot of people probably wouldn't realize goes into a show, but like I did a big show in Chicago, and that was probably 3 weeks worth of planning and plotting and designing and redesigning and yeah. Uh, Speakers are weird. I don't. It's a lot of work.
Speakers are weird.
Speakers are weird.
So those
Always
formulas,
making things.
basic algebra, basic geometry, basic calculus, just a good like basic, well-rounded level of math and any acoustic physics is going to help you.
Yeah, I do a lot of geometry because I'm doing a lot of plotting and designing. I'm looking at different rooms. Basically, every time I do a show, I'm in a different room or a different area. So I'm doing a lot of 3D plotting the room and then putting that into the software and then designing an array. So I'm doing a lot of geometry really more than anything.
So what are you using? Are you using Vectorworks?
If I can avoid using it, then I avoid using it.
I like Vectorworks.
It's a love-hate relationship.
It's not bad. More often than not, I'll get a CAD drawing and I'll be able to read it and pull the information that I need out of it, and then I'll basically redraw the whole thing in L-Acoustics Sound Vision, which is a 3D sound plotting software, which actually is now free, completely free, and you don't need a USB key. So if you go to l-acoustics.com and go to downloads, you should be able to download version 3. It's for Windows only right now, but it should be coming up for Mac soon. And you can kind of play around with that, and you can design a room, a 3D space, and put different speakers in and see how they interact with each other. It's a very, very cool tool to practice and learn on. Some of the other speaker manufacturers have similar programs, but they're not free or easy to get, but this one's free now, so it's cool.
What about Zeus over there? Hmm?
What?
Quiet one.
Matt, that's you.
Matt.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Any input?
No, you two guys should have your own show. You pretty much cover everything. I just nod my head and agree.
I don't want to be stepping on you here, man. If we're stepping on you, say something, for God's sake.
No, have you tried? No, I agree with that. Those are all good answers.
Okay, and I feel bad. I feel like I'm talking over somebody, man. Do you have any questions over there? Or?
I do. Anonymous is back, and they want to know, is it generally accepted to go crawling back to a place that rejected you for an internship over the summer, send an updated resume, and tell them you're still very interested if anything is available? You say go crawling back. Did you work there and then get fired? Because that's I don't know much about that, but if they were just rejected you for an internship, you just might have not been the right person at that time. And so it's not really crawling back if you resubmit your resume and you're like, hey, I would still like to do this, and I have more experience, or I have this knowledge now, or this is my update in my life. Because you might be the right person this time around.
Yep.
Yeah, the worst thing to do is say no again.
Right. Yeah, I've applied to the same job 6 months later, a year later, and there's been times where I've been denied both times, and there's been times where I finally got on with the company a year later because I had some more experience after the fact.
Yep.
So.
I'm old school. First question I ask is, how much am I getting paid? I know that the current trend of abuse for students is to tell them internships look good on your portfolio.
Yeah, no, don't
Ugh.
don't do
Oh.
that.
You work too hard, kid. You work too hard. And
Especially with like fields like this, it's like they'll say internship, but you're doing a full job, and that requires at least like pay me in food or something. Jesus Christ!
No, I mean,
and you know what? I had to learn that from my wife.
Hmm.
She was the one who stood up and said, "Stop doing the shit for free.
Yeah.
You're
Yep.
getting used."
Yep.
And I was still dealing with that in my 30s. So I'm not that old. I'm 36. I'm old. Ancient Tumblr years, fun, whatever. But I still, it's such an ingrained thing in the arts to think that, oh, it's good exposure. I want to kick people in the teeth that say that.
yeah,
You don't
I'm
need
wearing,
exposure.
I'm wearing all blacks and I'm backstage. I'm not getting any exposure.
If I want exposure, I've got a computer here. I got it. I go on
Also-
GoFundMe. I'll become a cam boy. Whatever. That's my exposure. You don't
I
need,
go very much by what the Joker says. If you're good at something, don't do it for free.
Yeah.
If you're good at something, don't do it for free. Your time and your worth are much more worth than that. So hopefully for this internship, you'll be getting paid something. If you are, that's great and awesome. And because I don't know a lot of places that do that, especially in New York. So if they don't pay you, I highly suggest, maybe throw your name out there, but don't necessarily go crawling back. Go look for a paid job or something that will offer at least a stipend or housing or something that is willing to compensate you for your time because it is worth it.
Yeah.
Don't focus on the one thing. There's plenty of work out there, so don't focus on the one job that didn't want you if it's, where you're having other rings.
Yeah. Yeah, don't get caught up on one job, especially if they're not going to pay you.
there's always crappy punk clubs or underground hip hop shows that will pay you $50 and an open tab.
Yeah.
You're worth that at least.
Yeah, I'm very. I got screwed over by a company right when I got out of college, where I was doing the intern thing, and it was supposed to be my first show was going to be, oh, you're going to stand next to me while I mix, and you're going to learn this band in this room and our gear, and I'll let you mix a couple songs, and then your next outing will be paid. And that's not what happened, because they took advantage of, young, naive students, and it turned out I did like 3 shows with them and still didn't get paid, and then I quit because that was a really shitty thing for them to do. So if you're gonna start out with a new company, I think it's fair that they train you for a day or 2, and maybe that might not be a paid training, but if it's a doorway into the company, I think that's fair. But if you're doing shows or you're in the theater and you're working your ass off, you should be getting paid, because this is not always an easy job, and even the shitty little shows, the stagehands are getting paid. So there's no reason not to get paid.
You can't tell we're beating something into the ground, can you?
Get paid for your work.
Which is also a common theme in our Tech Doom Squad hangouts, just because a lot of people ask that question. It's like, no, get paid for doing the job that you want. Hopefully, maybe you apply this time, and if they pay you, good luck. I have one more question, Jared. I don't know what's on your plate.
I got 2, so go ahead with yours.
Okay. Anonymous asks, not sure if this is the right place to submit questions for the hangout or not. Well, you're in luck. This is the right place. So far, so good. But, for me, for Mermaid Queen, do you ever find you're ever treated differently or underestimated due to your gender when working in sound? People learn very quickly not to underestimate me. I think some places there's going to be that preconception because it is still kind of, sadly, a little bit of a boys' club. And almost all the people that I've worked with in sound have been male. I've liked all of them as people and as mentors and coworkers. So it's not. I don't know. I also get underestimated for my size sometimes. So it's not necessarily in sound. Sometimes it's in physical strength when rigging and things like that. If there's a place that is underestimating you for your capabilities, prove them wrong.
Yeah.
Just prove them wrong, because I'm sure you can kick ass. And I hope you can.
I
So
actually.
it
Oh,
hasn't. Yeah, it hasn't happened to me a lot so far. Luckily, I've been in good environments where that hasn't happened terribly much. But I'm not gonna say it doesn't happen in the world of sound, and hopefully the people that you're working with do not judge you based on size or gender.
Yeah. And yeah, if they do, then prove them wrong, kick ass, and they'll learn.
Absolutely.
I got thrown into, after doing years of corporate stuff, I got thrown into rock and roll, and people looked at me a little weird because I was kind of, a young kid. I'm not the biggest physical person, but I started hoofing wedges and flying line arrays and pulling snakes, and that last one didn't sound right.
Well, the next question
pulling
I have, actually.
cables.
That kind of goes along with the next question I have is somebody asked me, it seems like sound is the one place in theater where you find all the straight people. No.
That's also like when you said, like, somebody said, I don't know if it was you, Jared, that was like, oh, there's a lot of big people in sound. I am 5'2", and I don't weigh enough to give blood.
But I mean, that's kind of the misconception. But I mean, if and that's when I always take umbrage with, coming to terms with being bisexual. It's like, well, I'm heteromasculine, yeah.
What does
I'm
it matter,
married.
though?
What does it matter?
I don't
That's
care.
the
I don't care
exact
what your
point.
sexual preference is. I care that you can make sound.
There you go.
Be a decent human being and make good sound, and I'll work with you no matter what.
Yeah,
and I don't care if your hair's green or blue or purple, if you're gay, if you're something else, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Trust me, the green-haired girl's going to prove to you that she can carry that fucking speaker.
Well, I think a lot of people look at, the stereotypes in theater specifically, and I delight in the fact of proving them wrong in all of, our crew. I'm lucky enough to work at a studio that's attached to a university who believes in diversity and puts it to the ground. They don't just, talk a policy. We got it.
Well,
And
who has time?
Exactly.
If I have 18 trucks I have to unload and get a show in and get it built and get it sound checked and get it done and get it out, I don't have time to care about. I need bodies to do the work. I need people that can run the sound. So I don't have time to judge you.
Very true.
Okay, next questions. Is that pretty nails it? You got more?
That was my last one.
Okay, I got one. Hi, the Soundblr thing is awesome from Anonymous. Quick question. Do I really need an iPad in professional sound?
Ooh.
I think
No.
they're referring to all the remote apps that are out there for all these fancy consoles now.
We made
probably.
live sound without iPads and iPhones for years. So
This is true.
Yeah.
This is very true.
You don't need it.
becomes
It
a crutch. It becomes a crutch and not a tool.
It does if you use. I mean, you can still use it as a tool, especially if you are one of the main people working on a project. I know at least Yamaha has their free apps for it. So if you have an iPad, it's pretty cool to be able to set up your console and then walk out in the house if you're under a balcony, wherever front of houses, and be able to actually walk around the room and hear what it sounds like and be able to change on the fly. That's a cool thing that we can do because modern technology is a witch. But it's not necessary.
Remember
That's the future for
why?
Behringer. I've mixed 2 shows with Behringer's live app, and it's the way it's going.
But remember why you have the iPad app. Just because you can doesn't mean you need to.
Right.
Or that you should.
Good example is I've seen a couple of technicians get lost in the iPad app of whatever console they were working on because they were fairly new at it. Or the router crashes, like my show last month with my private client.
Yep.
And that was upsetting. But remember why you have it, not that you have it.
Yeah.
Because, frankly, your attention is to the show. Whatever reliable, clean way you can get there.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
iPads are cool little devices, and they've helped me out a lot, but they've also screwed me
Yep.
because I tend to forget why I'm using it.
Yeah,
Yep.
they can get in the way. Just the same as someone with their head buried down in the console can lose track of the show. If your head is buried in an iPad, you lose track of the console, and then you lose track of the console, you lose track of the show, and it gets in the way. My friend Aaron Patkin, who is tour managing Chance the Rapper right now, out on tour, he wrote an article this is in 2011. He wrote an article about using iPads and Yamaha's Stage Mix app. So a couple of his tips were knowing your networking. So a lot of this job has become IT support. So make sure that you have a solid network and you're not having to troubleshoot that in the middle of the show. Keep everything clean and labeled so you don't get lost in layers and channels and all that stuff. Console first. Make sure you spend time on the console. Make sure you know the console in and out before you dive into the iPad app. Let's see, what else? Trust but verify, which is, I think, very important. You make changes on the iPad, but make sure that you're not relying only on the iPad. You go back to the console every now and then. Make sure you're still connected to the console, because I've seen guys make changes all day long, and they think they're hearing it, and then they go back and they realize that none of the faders on the console have moved because they lost connection, and they just wasted 5 minutes of sound check, you know?
Yep.
Yeah. Even today, me and the audio engineer and designer for Fiddler production we're putting on, we were trying to like set up stuff, and like he was attempting to program it just from his Mac computer, and even that was giving us trouble because it wouldn't save properly or it wouldn't sync properly. So even using computer or iPad, we double checked everything to make sure it was working properly at least 4 times. And even then, sometimes it wasn't, and was just giving us a lot of flack. So,
I mean, for some of you, you might not have noticed before we went on air, me and Josh, who between us probably got 20, 30 years experience and a couple of degrees, were bitching about the firmware for Behringer's X Air consoles.
Yep.
And and we've been doing this for a while, and we still have massive amounts of errors and problems with it.
Yeah.
So, long story short, the iPad is not a replacement.
No, it's not a replacement. It's a tool, and like any other tool, it can get in the way. But if you know how to use it right, it can help you a lot, and it helps me. Like I said, I have that little mic stand mount. So basically, any console that has an iPad app, I'll put the mount up next to me, and I'll have basically a second screen. So I can quick access my EQs or see all my meters up full time without having to lock it onto the console. So I just use it more so for that than actually walking around with it and mixing on the iPad. But yeah, basically, bottom line is don't let it get in the way. If you're having network problems, you don't want to spend 10 minutes troubleshooting your iPad if you only have 30 minutes for a sound check.
Yep.
I have another one, unless anybody else has one.
None here.
Oh, you guys are going to like this.
Okay.
Question to Soundblr. Why does everybody hate Behringer?
Oh.
Okay, first off, we're not laughing at you, Anonymous. We're not laughing at you. Okay. Moving on. Behringer has not had the best reputation. I don't know what your age is, but you might not be old enough to remember the dark days. And that's when they flat out would go to Mackie, figure out who they fired, and hire them on.
Yep.
And steal their ideas. And it was back when Chinese stuff was absolute crap. And since then, they've bought a company called Midas. Midas Audio used to be a boutique manufacturer of audio. And to be perfectly honest, I am using a Behringer digital interface.
Yep.
And the only stuff I buy is the Behringer digital because that was pretty much Midas.
Yeah.
The analog stuff and the stuff from about 2010 prior has fucked a lot of engineers and technicians.
Yep. Including me.
Yep.
I mean, there's a couple of good things. One of them being, if I can pull these little guys out, they did make one or two really useful things, including these little gems right here. These are the Behringer C2 microphones. These are a flat-out copy of the Studio Project C4. But they're good. And they're $60 for the pair with a stereo bar.
Nice.
Because they work, I don't complain much about them. But they used to steal a lot of patents. They got into a lot of trouble in Germany. They got into a lot of trouble in England, and they got into a little trouble in America. But Guitar Center didn't care.
Actually, I don't. Is it Behringer? I don't think it. No, it's not Behringer. I don't think. But Guitar Center stopped selling.
No, Behringer stopped their line of credit to Guitar Center.
Oh, is that what happened?
That's the big deal. Guitar Center's about ready to go bankrupt.
Oh,
Have
well,
you been in
that's
Guitar Center lately? It looks like a fucking Kmart.
well, the ones out here are nice. And there's always a ton of people in them. I go pretty often.
But
I need,
I went to the one.
I need guitar things. That's why.
Yeah. Well, I went to the one in Tempe, and they took most of the Highline guitars off the walls, and there was lots of stuff on clearance. There was more used gear than new gear. It felt like going to a Target in like Arkansas. I mean, it was or a Kmart. It was weird.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah. So
I mean,
anyway,
anyway,
if you Google Behringer stealing, you get 125,000 results. So.
I read a lot of writers that say no Behringer, no Mackie on the premises.
Oh yeah. well, there's that for other reasons. Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, yeah, I'm of the same thought. Like I've had Behringer consoles crap out on a show and screw me over, but I am actually right now. You're hearing my voice go through a Behringer X-Air XR18, which I don't have anything but good things to say about it. I've had it for almost a year now, and
I'm still neutral.
It's pretty good. I for what it is, I really do like it for an $800 digital console, more or less. And if nothing else, you can look at it as a 16-in, 8-out interface with an auto mixer built in.
And like I said, full disclosure, I'm actually going through the Behringer Euphoria UMC 202, which is essentially a little 2-channel version using the same preamps.
Yeah. Now, don't let anybody tell you that the preamps in the Behringer consoles are Midas preamps, because they're not. They're Midas designed preamps, which is not the same thing. Despite what anybody else will tell you, they're not Midas preamps. That's why Midas came out with new stage boxes that are Midas preamps. Anyway, that's a little rant for you. I will say the new Behringer stuff, anything in the last year or two that's come out in their digital line, the XR18s, the X32 is actually a very good console. It sold hundreds of thousands of units, and it's very extremely popular throughout Europe and the U.S.
I've installed 3 of them, so yeah.
When I was full-time at the sound company, I spent a full week researching small consoles, and we ended up buying a X32 Producer rack mount 19-inch because that was the best choice by far for the price and for the price and for the features. You cannot beat it. And the same way that the PreSonus Studio Live kind of changed the game when it came out, because it was a $1,800 digital console and it was the first of its kind. The X32 is a game changer, and it's forced all these other companies to start introducing cheaper consoles. And like Digico just introduced a budget-friendly console, which I never thought I'd see.
21, right?
Yamaha.
Yeah, the D21. The new Yamaha's the TF.
I think it's a step below the CL.
Yeah, the CL is really nice. The QL is kind of the smaller model line to the CL. The QL, I worked on the QL5 a lot, and I really do like the console. The new Yamahas, I think it's TF3.
Yeah,
5.
Gamma Opera House actually just installed a CL3.
Yeah, the CLs are nice. I haven't seen much about the TF series, the new really cheap Yamahas, but I mean, I worked a lot on the O1V, which was a cheap Yamaha board, and then the LS9, which was somewhat cheap back in the day. 10 years ago, it was a cheap board. But yeah, I mean, it's been the X32's forced a whole new market basically, and yeah, it's not the best console. It's not 100% a pro level board, but there's plenty of big names that are touring with X32s, and they're doing just fine.
Yep.
Well, let's see what else we got. Anybody else got anything?
I don't believe so.
Let me see here.
Oh, maybe.
What'd you get?
Oh, the Rummagry asked, what is the weirdest comment you've heard about your work?
Weirdest. Oh, did you go to school for this? That's the usual one.
Do you know what all those buttons do?
You know those buttons?
Oh, yeah.
Great job for the lights.
Yeah. Hey, are you the DJ?
Oh, God.
Oh.
Can I make an announcement? Can you turn the air down?
My stock response is when they ask if I'm the DJ, I go, no, ma'am, I have a degree. And I permit my stagehands to say that, too. God, what is the most interesting? Oh, when I get propositioned to help people install their home stereo systems.
Yeah.
Because being a live session venue, the people can come right up to the booth because we're in the middle of the audience.
Yep.
There's nothing blocking them. That's kind of the appeal. Because if you've ever seen like Austin City Limits, it's that intimate one room or like sessions at West 57th.
Yeah.
Or West 52nd. You're like right in there, so they come up and ask you all sorts of stupid shit.
Which you gladly answer freely.
No, I like people when they ask questions. I mean, I always get people like, how are you recording all this? You know, and then I'm like, oh, great, teaching moment, awesome.
Yeah.
And then you get the people, what happens if I do this? And it's usually when...
It's all negative because I have people turn around and say, good job on the sound. I mean, there's positive
That's
things
true.
you get said too.
Yeah.
I've actually had the best compliment I got is we have a series at our studio. It's a classical Indian music school where they're actually saving the art of 16th century classical Indian music, which is beautiful and incredibly complex. And anybody who's mixed classical Indian music will tell you that it is a nightmare for anybody who's Western. It's all in the pentatonic scale. All your measurements mean nothing. Logic's on its head. Like tabla, a percussion instrument. You cut everything out below 500. Makes no sense. But when they come up and tell me, excellent job, this is better than I've heard in Mumbai.
Yep.
That makes me feel really fucking good.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I do it.
Yeah,
So.
there's especially when you're doing concerts, when you're front of house, there's immediate gratification. And it's the same way with, I've talked to guys that do lighting, where you're basically controlling the crowd and playing with their emotions by your mix or by the lighting and all this stuff. So when there's a big moment, your hands are on the faders and you're part of it, and you're kind of helping to create this whole big thing. So yeah, there's really cool moments, and then there's really shitty moments. People ask really stupid questions, but the good usually trumps the bad.
Actually, the show that I designed last semester, we did Richard II, and a lot of the music for the scene changes, since it was like a modernized production, was Alt-J. And I had like at least 5 people come up to me and were like, hey, can I get the mix you used for this? Like the CD used for this? And I was like, I mean, I'm kind of busy, but, you know, just pop it right out.
My favorite one was 2 of them. One is, hey, can I get a recording of this? With a Grammy Award winning artist who has posted no recordings, no photos.
Were they
I'm
sitting right beside the sign?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And I'm like, I like my job. Because I would be the first person they'd fire, and they wouldn't blink, and I'd thank them for the privilege.
Yep.
And the second one is, oh my brain's completely blanking. I just got thinking about all the shows that kept asking for the recording of it. Oh, we deal a lot with a couple of youth vocal competitions, and when the parents come up and say, "Oh, here's this song, can you just remove the vocals out of it?" And it's almost
Yeah, can you just no, I can't rearrange physics.
Well, this lady actually said, "Well, I see how it works. I've seen it on NCIS."
Yeah.
I just sit there and stare at my screen and scream internally.
Welcome back.
Oh, hey,
Hi.
you're back.
Yeah, I just got back. How's it going?
That was the shortest paper
How'd it
tape ever.
Oh, we only got to page 20 before the ASM had to leave, and we realized it wouldn't do a whole lot of good to continue doing this without anyone putting it in her script. So
Yeah.
that's about par for the course for this show.
What show is it? Can we ask?
Yeah, it's a devised version of Frankenstein, and it's been interesting. Yeah, we open next week, and it's yeah,
Yikes.
that's all I'm gonna say about it.
Yeah, you've got some good ones too. Yeah, that's a shame.
Hmm.
I'm just trying to
Yep.
refresh here.
Did I miss any good questions?
Yeah, actually,
yeah.
the last one you should answer. What's the weirdest comment you've gotten like about your sound, basically. Working show, yeah.
Weirdest comment. Let's see. I did a sketch comedy show for the college I went to. I was a contractor, so I wasn't a student at the time, and we had a 16-hour turnaround from when we got to see the show all the way through to when they expected to have the show built, and so it was a four-girl improv group, and so we kind of did this like Riot Girl theme for it, and I put together what I felt was like a really solid, maybe 40 minutes of Riot Girl music for it, and just kind of threw it where I thought it felt good, and then had a woman ask me for the playlist to the show at the end
Nice.
after one of the shows, so that was kind of cool. I'd never had anything like that happen before, where people are actually like into the music choices as much as like how they work with the show. Like,
So you had your own
I don't know if
high-fidelity
that's-
moment there.
yeah. I make really good mixtapes, and that was one of them. Yeah.
Actually, somebody on Tumblr, it wasn't a question, it was a comment, but they said, "Oh, my favorite moment was when I was DJing, and somebody came up to me and said, I really surprised him because he thought all women DJs played the same genre of music."
Wow, that's what we call the backhanded comment.
Yeah.
Like, I'm waiting for the day that somebody dares to say to me, "Wow, that was good for a woman engineer." So I
And
can
then
just
they
kind
died.
I just get this Kill Bill moment where you just pull out a blade and, just some awesome bass-heavy theme music comes out.
Just like,
Thinking Spaceballs. That was pretty good for a girl.
I'm sorry, were you
That was pretty
saying
good for
something to me?
Rambo.
Were you saying something to me? I thought I heard.
Oh.
Please tell me that was pink noise and not your mouth open.
Oh.
Oh. That's a quotable line. That's something to cry.
I did get two more questions, actually. One of them was I'm a general education student who is interested in becoming a theater sound design major. Do you have any advice for good ways to get a taste of the industry? Well, I mean, are you looking to become it, or are you looking to just kind of dabble? Because either are you swimming and jumping right in, or just kind of dipping your toes in the water? That depends on what you want to do. So I
Community
mean,
theater.
yeah, community theater, places that ask for volunteers, not like if they need overhire or yeah, community theater would be a good place to get, like, if you just want to dip your toes and
Yeah.
get a feel for it.
And I mean, even if you're just interested in it and you're not really sure, I would say just go to shows and experience it as an audience member and pay extra attention to, you know, the technical things, the sound, the lights, and the cues and everything. And then maybe you can connect with people before or after the show and talk to them for a minute. But it's always good to be on the other side as someone that's interested in it, because then you can kind of pay extra attention to the things that you like and see how other people approach it and get a little more insight that way.
If the drama department at your school, if you have one, offers it, if they have clubs, they might do club shows, and those are always good to get involved with because those are usually on a smaller scale and will give you enough of the taste about what the job is like. But just slightly different, and usually they don't always require the amount of attention and time that full production would. So that might be a thing that you can look into. Any small production or live performances that your school does. So,
Good answer.
I don't know if anybody else has anything else on that, but... Oh no! It won't let me... Oh, Steve, you already did it.
Yep, I already answered that one.
Way on top. So I think Jared had a couple more questions, but we have one more from Anonymous that is, what is summer stock like? How much experience should someone have before trying to do summer stock? Well, it depends on what you want to do in summer stock. Anyone else?
I've never done a full summer stock, so I don't have much to add to that. I don't know. There's, I mean, a job for just about every experience level, from what I can tell. So.
I mean, this summer was the first time I was doing anything like summer stock, and it is summer stock. It's more at Stages it was more of an extended summer stock, in the sense that, like, there are some places that do quick turnarounds that have different shows every week or 2 weeks, whereas this was 4 huge productions for the whole summer, one with including a children's show, but. You don't need to necessarily have the experience, but being honest about what experience you do have is good when you're applying for summer stock jobs. Just like internships, just be honest about what you can and can't do, and depending on your field, go into it. Because I honestly didn't have a whole lot of experience before the summer, at least in the professional theater world, especially in professional sound. So, I mean, you know, summer stock is also definitely a place where you're supposed to learn stuff. So, just as any job is.
Yeah, try to get your foot in the door as an audio assistant, and work hard and work your way up to the A1 position if you want to do it.
There you go.
What's going on over there?
So she's digging out her summer. So
I'm
she's gonna post that.
There was a person walking by that didn't want to be on camera.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Perpetuity.
When you don't let us know, it gets, like, all interesting.
It's like you're a spy or something. You're not telling us, Josh, what's going on?
there was a bug on the camera.
Yeah.
There's a bug.
A finger-shaped bug.
That'd be terrifying. I mean,
Oh god.
it's so scary. I'm scared of normal bugs. Imagine how scared I'd be of a bug that looked like me.
Oh god. Oh god. Okay, let's see if I can get this refreshed. I've got a couple of questions, but my Wi-Fi is being a pain in the butt.
Oh.
That's a bummer.
Oh my
Got
god.
full summation for that one. Alright.
Oh, I had a good one, Steve. You'll have to watch it later. Oh, I was
Okay.
saying that Jared's wife was on a roll when she brought him his sandwich, so it was a gender role.
Had to be there. Had to be there.
Were you given a lot of shit for it? Do I have to give you shit for it now?
No, I think Liz liked it, so that's what matters, right?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't ever say that. Did we lose Steve? Oh, okay, that was just weird. It went all black. Okay, I have a couple questions. I just can't access them because my Wi-Fi is being a bitch. So
Oh,
somebody
no.
fill in.
No, no.
I can guess what the questions are, but that could be
You
entertaining.
just make up questions.
Ah.
What's everybody's favorite color?
Oh, okay, here we go.
Oh,
I'll take that.
I am a first-year theater student, and I'm still unclear on what the role of a sound technician is. Do they just come in, run the console, and go home? Because that's kind of what a lot of our shows are.
do
Long
they
answer.
call themselves sound technicians? Is that or are you?
No.
We're back to titles again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say if you refer back, if you refer back to the first 10 minutes of the thing, we talk about titles. So,
To be honest,
depends
I'm a
on-
chief engineer at my studio. I think I've mixed 4 shows in the last month. But you know how many writers I've written?
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah,
tell
I
you,
mean,
43.
I don't think the sound technician in school. I don't think the sound technician in school is going to be writing many writers. So.
Yeah, well, I
just
was
kind of
able
guess
to
though.
do that
We
when I
roll in, we
graduated.
do sound check, and we run the show and leave.
I mean, for some people, that's what it is. I'm sure it's different in every theater. It's different, really, every show.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm mixing,
Yeah.
sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I'm playing production manager and doing a lot of other things, and sometimes I do just walk in and mix and walk out. But it
Yeah,
really
I don't-
depends.
It depends on like what your role is, and especially if you're saying that's all they do, you're not seeing a lot of the work that
Yeah.
may or may not go into that, depending
Yeah.
on if they were just hired to mix the show or if they were hired to design it and to set it up and to rig the PA. So that's why we were production. You don't always see what we do. We are the man behind the curtain. Don't look behind it. Or woman, sorry, just person behind the curtain. But we are like the Wizard of Oz.
I actually got a really good question here from Sparkle Kraken. I don't do sound. I'm in roller derby, and
Ooh.
we just
Badass.
had our DJ get in a lot of trouble from ASCAP about music,
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
and I'm wondering why that's a big deal.
Royalties.
Well, yeah, it's a big deal because the music industry is a big industry, and they have a lot of lawyers, and you don't want to piss them off.
Yeah.
It's funny you mention this because many years ago, I did a free gig for my ex. She was in a roller derby league, and I asked the promoters, "Did you purchase an ASCAP license?" And what that is the right to play music produced by other people.
Yep.
Because these musicians, they don't make their money just on album sales. They'll maybe make 75 cents to $1 off of every record. That ain't nothing. The rest of the money goes everywhere else. So they make a lot of their money off of what's called royalty play, which means songs played on the radio, in sports events, in bars on jukeboxes, and all of these events have a license. And you're supposed to buy one, and that covers all the music you're going to play.
Mhm.
And I think that for an event like a roller derby, it's like $100 per event or $60 per event or something like that.
Mhm.
And what that money is supposed to go to the artists. And as an ASCAP artist myself, I get a check every quarter that pays me for songs that I have published. Now my check is like maybe $5. But there are some artists who they make their living off this.
Yeah.
And if you don't pay those royalties, they can get pretty sneaky. Now I'm probably guessing that they tried to ask for money up front, which is why it's a big deal. They're not supposed to do that. That's illegal. They can't ask for the fine on site. They have to officially issue you a citation. But there's been a lot of controversy of ASCAP, BMI, and CSAC representatives going to events and saying, oh, well, if you pay this fee now, we'll overlook this.
I mean, it's also a big deal just because that's essentially asking artists to do their work for free, which is kind of shitty.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, kind of shitty.
Yeah, it's really shitty.
Oh, it's really shitty. And you probably shouldn't do that to anybody ever, any kind of artist, if you don't want to make everybody hate you forever, because you'll be on a blacklist. But so there's a reason it's disrespectful ultimately.
Look up Miami Dolphins ASCAP. They are the largest organization to get busted for not paying for the rights for music. They played it at all their football games and they didn't pay a dime.
Yeah, it's not surprising.
It got ugly. With that, and I think the Preakness, the big horse race in the Deep South, they got busted for that too. And these are big multi-million-dollar corporations. These are big groups, and they screwed up. And Donald Trump just got in trouble for that.
Yep. And what were we talking about? The Kim Davis when she came out to Eye of the Tiger?
Oh, Kim Davis, yeah. The Eye of the Tiger, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I know that REM has been, Michael Stipe is pinning him to the wall.
Yep. It's good. I mean, people just play music and they don't realize, or they don't care, or they think it doesn't apply to them, or whatever. I don't know. It's really shitty, though.
Actually, I'm curious to see what happens with the Happy Birthday, copyright.
Oh, they actually issued a statement, is that the copyright does not technically apply.
Oh.
Because, while yes, there's a copyright assessed to it, with all the variations therein, how can you prove that it's... Because a lot of movies have been getting around it, supposedly, by putting it in a minor key.
Huh.
Yeah.
I like that.
Huh? And it's a transposition, not a cover. So that's been in court for a while. And last I heard is that it got thrown out. So that's the last I heard. I don't know what the official word is on it, but that's the last I heard. Because I didn't think a transposition counted as a significant change. Because Disney has a rule that over 50% of your music has to be different, including the lyrics, for them not to, send the mouse at you. That's another thing. If you're going into theater production, don't fuck with the mouse.
No.
Yeah.
Disney
Don't fuck the
always
mouse.
wins.
Watch your copyrights.
Yes. Oh, I got another one. From Anonymous. Is it really that important for the L and R mix to be in the right ear?
So I take it this is in terms of listening to recordings, listening to albums in headphones.
It's probably a response to a post I made.
Yeah.
What is it? I take my L and R very seriously.
Yes, that one.
It's a mind your P's and Q's, it's mind your L's and R's.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of people who put their headphones on the wrong ears and would never know and don't care.
They're called Justin Bieber fans.
I am not one of those people. I usually wear something that's molded or more like an in-ear monitor, and it's pretty much impossible to put it in the wrong ear. So yeah.
Yes, as a live
yes
session
and
engineer.
no.
Does it answer the question that I silently judge Taylor to make sure that she wears her headphones on the right ear because the cable's always on the left?
Oh!
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Good job.
Unless you have certain models of Shure headphones, which put the cable on the right.
They give you a little L&R there to help you out.
Yeah, you get a little dot. I don't know if you can see the blue dots.
Good job for a
Yeah.
woman, Taylor.
Blue dots.
Oh!
Wow! Ouch! That's fine. You only thought I was a man until you had it in front of me.
True.
Was it the lack
Okay.
of a penis that threw you off, or what? I don't know.
It was the androgynous name. I think that I'm surprised it's the first time I was mixed up in my life.
You got the razor.
Listen.
I don't know. Just as a live session engineer, I do my stereo splits for a very specific reason. If you refuse to ignore that, well, you're a lesser person, and that's okay.
Oh shit.
I'm just calling it as I see it. You know?
So, I mean, okay. So, Jared, how do you do a lot of splitting? Like, if you're mixing a band and you're not in the round, because isn't your theater more in the round?
Yeah, it's like hyper thrust, so we'll call it in the.
So, I mean, if you're doing a standard stage left and right, do you do a lot of splitting panning, or
Yes,
you
I do.
mix?
I do,
Okay.
especially if I'm doing with a standard trio set. I'll actually split left and right, but I'll favor 80% right channel, and I try to get this piano the similar spread. That way, you have that bass in the center. Because when you get that trio mix, I'm only using a 3-mic mix on the drums.
Okay.
So I need that separation there to make it natural.
Right.
Really, that comes from working with artists like Christian McBride, where they have a very specific sound,
Right.
and so I want to pop that.
I
And it's paid for all of our vehicles and all of my gear and our rent for 3 years, so I listen to the guys.
Yep.
Right.
I've been to one too many shows where I was standing in the house right stack and couldn't hear instruments because they were panned into the house left stack.
Well, you need a blend. You can't just mirror.
Can't hard pan.
Yeah.
Yeah, no hard panning. You can't mirror the house. I mean, it doesn't work. But you need that separation to get the sense that, oh, the kid's over there.
Yeah.
Okay. I want them to notice it. I don't want them to have to hunt for it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so I'll do, generally when I'm mixing, I'll only do 20 or 30% of center for most things, and then I'll do toms as the audience perspective at the kit. So if someone's air drumming a drum fill, you do from left to right, high to low. And I know there's opposing views. Some people do from the drummer's or from the stage perspective rather than the drummer's perspective.
Well, it's also like asking what's the best way to mic a grand piano. You don't want to get into that argument because everyone's got their own opinion.
But in terms of, do you wear your left ear in your left bud and your left ear in your right ear? Yes, I do. But I'm also not a huge fan of using a lot of panning in general anyway. So.
Well, and if you're wearing Beats by Dre, it doesn't fucking matter.
Don't wear those. Don't buy Beats. Don't buy Bose. Don't buy almost anything Behringer. And
We had that discussion already.
Right.
That's all right. I actually had one of the students. We had a student performance at our venue because we work a lot with a lot of the colleges, and I had my M40s. I like them because they're a smaller driver and they're a little more flat than the M50s. And I'm just using the reference of recording and such. And one of the kids, he's like 18. I mean, his voice is barely cracked. He looks over, he goes, "Oh, I thought you guys would be someone using something a little more professional." I'm like, what? Huh? Where's your 100-year-old studio in the middle of Old Town Scottsdale? Oh wait, I got one. You don't. So. There's a lot of bitterness in my job, but I like my job. Don't get me.
Well, there was that article that was like the grumpy sound engineer, and part of it, it started out good and funny and so well-natured, but by the end of it, they were just like calling us cunts and like it failed technicians, and I was just kind of like, oh, it started good. I agree.
Kind of grumpy though.
Hmm?
We can be kind of grumpy.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that part I was
No
like,
one's debating
yeah,
the
sure.
grumpiness.
Well, the problem I had is they were calling all audio technicians failed musicians.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Bitch, I took 4 years of music theory at ASU and 2 years at Phoenix College.
Well, implying that
I-
18 dishes has to be a failed something is just that hurts.
It's like, I
There's a
transposed
comic
my
about that somewhere.
I transposed my own cue scripts for musicals. Okay, so don't tell me I'm a bad musician. That's just not what I choose to do. I'm not a great piano player, but we're talking about musicianship here. Most audio engineers will kick the ass of a lot of other musicians if you talk about. And that's not the point, though. The point is we chose this field as opposed to other forms of music production.
Yep.
Yep.
Even if we're grumpy about it sometimes.
I'm not grumpy. I'm made that way by others.
That is gold.
Yeah. It's an enabler structure. It's not my fault. Anybody else got any questions here? Because I'm not seeing anything at the moment.
I've got
Yeah.
one more. Let's see, what is it? What do you guys think of USITT versus SETC and LDI as far as what's worthwhile for sound folk and as far as, I guess, networking or like scouting for jobs, I guess?
Go to all of them if you can.
Any thoughts? Anyone?
Yeah.
The more exposure, the better. Honestly, that's more for you because each one of these trade organizations are really important, and the fact that you can move outside of your comfort zone is really important. If I didn't do that, I'd still be doing shitty club punk gigs. I wouldn't be in jazz, and my wife and I would still be living in Methtopia over in the on the east side of Phoenix. It's because I'm networking, getting out my comfort zone. I made a lot more money and took my career in a new direction.
I mean, personally, I got my my job this summer from the USIT conference, not directly through the conference itself, but just from talking to people and talking about like summer jobs, and then all of a sudden, I ended up in St. Louis for the summer. So.
Yep.
Screen keeps going dark, man.
You or your entire screen?
Me?
You said the screen keeps going dark.
Yeah, Jared does. His bandwidth thing.
Yeah, we keep. It's not happening on the actual video feed. It's only happening for us.
So
Okay.
am I having a stroke or something? I mean, I don't know.
No, I'd say any of the big conferences or like Infocom is really good. Anytime Infocom's in Orlando, I always go up there because I always run into people I know, and you learn a lot. You get to see new products. You get to network, even outside of the actual convention. You'll see people and meet people and talk to people, and that's how things get done in this industry. You gotta know people, and sometimes that's shitty, but if you have the right opportunities to meet a lot of people, I don't know why you wouldn't want to take that opportunity.
Yep.
Right on. Next.
I have exceedingly limited experience with conventions. I've been to USITT once, and it was incredibly overwhelming for me. But I haven't done SCTC or LDI, but people keep telling me to go to LDI, and I mean, they're not asking me to go, obviously, for networking. They want me to go and be the comic guy, but yeah, so I don't have many opinions on those. But USITT was fun. I guess. I mean, I got my last gig in part because of it, so take it.
I'm trying to go to the one that's in Vegas this year, but that's like at the busiest of busiest parts of our season.
Yep.
Mm.
I don't know. I gotta renew my dues anyway, and I'm broke.
Yeah.
Hey, somebody hit my truck. I gotta repair that.
He's a character.
I was gonna say I'd love to go to USIT again this year or next year for 2016, but also I'm trying to pay for college.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna try to get all the Tech Doom squad out to USITT in Salt Lake City. So
If
we'll
you
see.
if
I can
you
do
find
that.
a magic carpet, I will ride it there all the way there.
Wait, is
I
it?
don't know about magic carpets, but I hear they make airplanes, and you can trade money for seats on them.
I can trade money for goods and services.
It's like a charity. All he has in return is money.
Wait, is it in Salt Lake City this year, not Vegas?
Yeah.
Use
Oh,
it in
that
Salt Lake
sucks.
City. Yeah.
I want a drink. That's a serious problem. Oh well. I'll bring my own. Oh wait, I got another question. Yay! Wait, internet decided to work. It's anonymous again. Fucking hey.
Wow, so greedy, all these questions.
I know. Question for the Hangout. As audio engineers, how much lighting do you know? How much lighting stuff would you recommend that other audio engineers and techs know how to do?
Again with the terms.
I can hang and focus.
Yeah. Know your way around a sea roach.
Yep.
I probably, no, I'm probably assuming a little bit, but I probably have the most probably lighting experience because we have the ETC Ion at my studio, and being the TD, I'm supposed to know everything about that console. Supposed to.
I've done a fair amount of lighting. For a while, I was doing both sound and lighting. When I was in Chicago, I was doing sound and lights for a couple different clubs. Most of that was already pre-programmed, so I was just operating. I've programmed a few shows with some movers and stuff. It just takes me forever. I'm not very efficient when I program, but I am ultimately effective. So if you give me a couple hours, I can get something done. I know the Hog series more than the other series.
Oh,
the Grand May, I haven't really touched. That thing scares me. But we have the Full Bore 4 at the company that I work at a lot. So slowly making my way around that. I think it's good in general for everybody to know a little bit of everything in case, the lighting guy has a heart attack in the middle of the show.
It helps when you're in the famine, the feast and famine for audio. If you know lighting, you can find lighting work. That's sort of my take on it.
Especially down here, lighting's a lot easier to get into. Like audio is very competitive down here, and there's always jobs for lighting.
Also, 4 letters. MIDI.
Yep.
Learn your lighting because you're going to need MIDI control.
Yep. Absolutely. And throw some carp work in there too. If you can't find lighting work, be a carpenter.
Yep.
Yeah, 'cause I can't tell you how much I've had somebody throw an Ovation Launchpad at me because they found out they could use it with a moving light, and they thought it was so cool. But then they figured out they have to program the MIDI for it. That's when your audio engineering experience is going to come in handy.
Yep. Absolutely.
Ultimately, don't be a one-trick pony.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Do multiple things. So knowing enough about any other department, and especially more than one, is going to help you.
Yeah, know how to hang and focus a couple lights, know how to hook a projector up to a laptop, know how to focus a projector. Just some basic stuff that might save your butt one day,
Absolutely.
All right, I have another one. Oh, it's my favorite one.
Oh, good.
Timos says, what is the most important software for live sound work?
Google Calendar. I'm not joking, actually.
I was actually going to say Microsoft Office.
Yeah.
Smart.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yep, that's great.
Because those invoices have got to come from somewhere.
Yep. Excel has some really good templates for invoices. That's what I use. Not like in all seriousness, Microsoft Office and Gmail, Calendar, get all your cloud stuff synced. I use Dropbox and Google Drive all the time.
Yep.
You're boring Office apps, man, because everything from patch list to inventory control to invoice.
Everything. It'll save your butt. Just once you're organized, that's the most important thing. Then it's easy to learn whatever else.
Yeah, no DAW or QLab or ShowQ systems are going to be more important than the thing that makes you money.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's one thing me and my wife have been saying, that we both need to take an Excel class, because we both know how much it's going to benefit us, and we're in two completely different fields. But
Yeah.
that's the one
Yeah.
program everybody uses.
Yeah.
That's
So-
half of what I was doing today was just making Excel charts and spreadsheets in order to figure out how to like program a board. It's helpful for other things. So
Yeah. Yeah, I do all my invoices, I do my budget, I do my inventories, pretty much everything's in Excel. Microsoft Word, obviously, for other things, but I use Excel really more than Word. Google Calendar for everything, and then, I mean, aside from that, I would say if you're working with the same equipment day in, day out, get the offline editor. Like if you're using the Yamaha M7, get the Studio Manager from Yamaha. Dig into that a little bit, and then maybe Smart or a DAW that you want to use, QLab if you're in theater. I mean, there's some other programs, but I wouldn't rely too heavily on one program to do everything for you.
Probably not the most exciting answer you were expecting.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you just had 4 or 5 people tell you the same thing, so
at least it was honest.
yeah.
Yeah. Man. All right.
I think we sort of have a question that went earlier that I must have glanced over from Anonymous. I worked at a festival this weekend, and at the end they empty out the tech notebooks the stage managers had into a pile. I asked if I could have some because I wanted to learn and look at them for reference, but I was told they had to be shredded because they had contracts of performing artists with confidential information.
Yes.
Is this typical for festivals or shows?
Yes.
About 70%. Yeah.
I just did a fairly large festival 2 weeks ago. We had 300 artists on 3 stages in 2 days. Now, for this particular show, I didn't bring the riders with me, but I did bring input lists, stage plots, and proposals, and poll lists, and all that kind of stuff in a big folder, and that folder stayed by my side all weekend, and when it was done, it went right back into my Pelican, and it was locked immediately after the show because there's confidential and important information and pricing and stuff that you don't want to get out. You don't want riders getting out to the general public if you can help it, because first of all, that's not for you to decide unless you're the one who drew up that rider. And secondly, you know, whether or not there's confidential information, there's sensitive information, and sometimes that includes like what hotel the band is staying at and maybe what fake names they're using. That's usually on riders, so you don't want that getting out. And it's just in poor taste to be sneaky with that kind of stuff. So if it's something that you shouldn't be looking at, then just let it go. I mean, stuff like set lists, I don't mind handing out to people if they ask for it, because that's a little less sensitive. But yeah, so, stuff like riders, a little more the technical insider information you don't really want getting out.
A real famous case that happened about this last summer. University of Oklahoma, I believe it was. Anybody out there in Tumblr, correct me if I'm wrong. They leaked the writer for Jack White.
Yep.
And on it, they painted him to be this massive diva because of all these dietary restrictions and such. Well, it was because certain people in the group had dietary allergies and illness. And he was very particular. Jack White is known for paying his people very well. And so he looks after them.
Yep.
And instead of blowing it off, he took it personal. He boycotted the entire state.
Yep.
And simply because the way they presented the writer, you know, like, oh, look at this diva. He's got to have organic free-range this and, you know, none of this. And they were just simply dietary requirements. And also, he's on the road 150 days a year.
Yeah.
Any small element that makes his life a little easier after being from city to city for each day, day in and day out. And each artist has a very specific need.
Yep.
For example, I worked on a show when I was in Flagstaff with Zach Galifianakis and Mike Birbiglia. Zach Galifianakis' guitar was damaged. So we had to find, I think it was a Martin guitar, after every guitar shop was closed.
Yep.
And it wasn't because he had to have a Martin.
Mm.
He had to have a Martin. He didn't have anything. So if that leaked out to the public, that could make him look like a diva, when in fact, he's just trying to get to the stage to make the people who bought the tickets happy.
Yeah. And, I mean, a lot of times when it's something like that, it's not even the artist having an ego or really a preference. It's, this band is endorsed, or this band endorses Shure microphones, so yeah, they have to have a Shure. Or, oh, he plays Martins, or he plays a Siegel guitar and he's a sponsor for them, so it has to be a Siegel guitar. So there's other. It's not always so cut and dry, The big story that always comes around when people talk about riders is was it AC/DC in the 80s that had the brown M&Ms?
No, that was Van Halen.
Van Halen. So I'm sure a lot of you guys know, but for the viewers, people who don't know, there was a line in the rider that's saying they wanted M&Ms backstage, but they didn't want brown M&Ms in the bowl. There to be no brown M&Ms. So if they go to the show and they see brown M&Ms in the bowl, they're not pissed about the M&Ms. They don't give a shit. It's an M&M. What it signifies is that they didn't pay close enough attention to the rider to catch that. So what else didn't they catch on the rider?
That was genius. They would trash hotel rooms, give the media something to buzz over. While the media is distracted, they go back to the arena and say, okay, let's tear this whole set apart and see what you screwed up.
Yep. Because the rider... I worked at a regional sound company for 2.5 years, and I still work there. But every week, I got a rider emailed to me because we had national artists flying in. This wasn't part of their tour, so we're a separate production company handling just this one show. So we get all of their information. We have to put it together from scratch. So I dealt with a lot of riders. I dealt with a couple hundred riders while I was there. And you see some weird shit, and some of them are 30, 40, 50 pages long. But not only do they include, this food needs to be in the dressing room and they need to have this at their hotel and all this stuff, but there's 3, 4, 5 pages of production requirements. The stage needs to be this, we need this, we need these amenities backstage, we need monitor world to be stage left, we need front of house to be this size, we need this many rigging points, we need this for lighting and video and all this stuff. So it's more than just, they want Diet Coke and Diet Pepsi and they want Fiji water and it has to be Avion, but they don't want any Aquafina. That's a very, very small part of the rider, and that's not the important part, really. But that's the part everybody freaks out about, is the food.
Jesus.
But
Sorry.
no, Jared's totally right. It's these people spend 100, 200, 250 days a year on the road, so at a certain point, yeah, you want to do everything you can to make you and your crew comfortable, because you've been living on a bus for 6 months.
Yeah, you don't really also need that personal information that somebody else is. So yeah, they're gonna throw it out because it's not the public's, it's that person's, and they only need it for the show. So it's a privacy matter. And if you want like the layout of like the stage manager's notes or like how they do stuff, then ask for their layout. Ask if they'll send you a template or like show you other pieces of their work. Because I'm sure most people are happy to share and happy to share tips and tricks. So if that's what you're after, then just specifically ask for that because you don't need their whole binder. Necessarily.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I wouldn't mind sending somebody like an input list, because like I like looking at different bands' input lists, seeing what kind of microphones they use, or seeing what channels they use, or what kind of instruments they might have, and that's I think that's fine. A lot of bands publish that information, and a lot of bands, if you look on their contact page, they'll either have the number for their production manager, or there'll be a way to get in contact with their management company, and you can get that kind of information. But they're not going to send out the whole rider because that's not really necessary.
Cool. Anyone else have any other questions pop up?
So far, so good.
Yep.
Yeah. I am out of questions. Or my Wi-Fi is lying to me. One of the two.
How was everyone's day?
I had a wonderful filming for a promotional video, and I found out I'm being sued by the lady who hit me in my truck.
Oh,
Wow. So not good.
She hit me. I get the ticket because I'm turning left, but she had no license and the tags were expired or something.
Oh my god.
And it was her son-in-law's truck. And now, 2 weeks later, my insurance company calls me. Oh yeah, they're suing you for injuries. I'm like,
What?
he hit me in an expedition. Like the only truck bigger than mine. I'm like, no damage for her truck.
Oh, Jack, I'm so
He
sorry.
bashed in the fender
It's not
of like
funny.
a GM. Yeah, and she bashed in the fender of like a GMC 3/4 ton. You know, there's like the zero gauge steel. You know, and she's claiming injuries 2 weeks later, and it's some like ghetto insurance guy. It's like, yeah, well, that's fine. I mean, it's everything else that's going on. Why the fuck not? You know?
you write a police song.
My dad's like still dealing with like some guy like being sued. He was at like a red light, fully stopped when a guy on a bicycle was like, I don't know what he was doing, but he ran into my dad and is now trying to sue him for injuries. I'm like, you ran into a practically a parked car. I don't really know what to tell you.
That's right. My truck's this huge red 3/4 ton thing, and all traffic was stopped from like 7th Avenue to like 3rd Avenue, and it's like, you know, a city block, and I'm like, you couldn't say you didn't see me coming. I mean, Jesus.
Well, it's like when people walk into me on the street and I'm like, really? You missed me? You somehow
But yeah.
missed it?
Oh, that's all right. The best one with that is I was in college still. I was on my motorcycle, and in Phoenix, it's like LA. Nobody cares. Yep, they'll kill you. And I'm driving along, and some lady in like this Mercedes SUV is trying to merge on in my lane at like 75 miles an hour. So I'm honking, I'm moving over, I'm by the K-rail at this point in the HOV lane, and she's the only one in her Mercedes SUV. So I kick the side of her car to let her know I'm there. She backs off, I flip her off, and then I see her behind me on the cell phone. And it's like she's on my ass. So I pull off the freeway and to get my cell phone to call the cops. The cops are already up behind us. And I'm like, what? The cops are getting kind of aggressive with me. I'm like, okay, dude, what's going on? And she said I was flashing gang signs at her and making threatening motions. This is a white kid on a Triumph. And I said, I didn't flash gang signs, I flipped her off. And like in her car, locked door saying, you better search him for guns.
Plural guns,
Yes,
multiple guns.
Because I have a whole brace of like Tech 9s on my little 72 Triumph. So they call a supervisor who shows up on a motorcycle. Stops, takes a look, and says, son, can I borrow your motorcycle for a minute? I figure he's got a motorcycle himself, a nice Harley. You know, I'm like, okay, you know what you're doing. He rolls the bike up next to the car, slowly sits down, and just slowly sticks his foot out where the dent is in the side of the car. Writes her a ticket for assault. That for him to kick a dent in the side of your car with his foot, you had to have been going pretty fast into him. You just image this huge jackbooted motorcycle cop on my little cafe Triumph, just sticking his foot out ever so slowly and thinking.
Awesome.
Crazy.
All right. So has anyone else replied? Oh, come on, Wi-Fi.
Somebody on Nano on YouTube wants to know how much we can deadlift.
Oh God. This is such a
At least
I
one
got a
Ryan.
back injury. It's true. I saw the video.
Yep,
Yes.
one Ryan.
What's that?
So this summer, working at Stages with Matt, I joked at the beginning of the summer. I was like, "Yeah, I can do like 16 push-ups," because that was the most I could do up to that point when I was like going to the gym and whatever. And at a certain point, I started figuring. I was like, "Okay, I should probably start like actually doing them. And then one day I was like joking, and I was kind of like, you know what, I could probably, you know what, my arms aren't that strong yet, but I could totally carry Ryan on my back. Ryan is our 230-something pound lumberjack carpenter who's like 6 foot and does a lot of
He's
the.
like 6'5". He's taller than I am.
6'5". If he's 6'5",
Really?
he's
Yeah.
6'5", whatever.
Okay, so he's not small. And I was like, you know what, my legs and back are strong enough. I could probably carry him on my back. And Matt's like, I would pay to see you do that. I was like, okay, fine. So I was offered $1 per foot or $20 for the whole stage. And so he, the first time he got on, I got nervous because I thought I couldn't carry him. But turns out he was just choking me because he hadn't done a piggyback ride since he was like 8. Because he's a 230-pound lumberjack.
And 230. Don't
Yeah.
carry him.
So he's not really used to piggyback rides. So the second time he got on, like, grabbed more like here, on my shoulders, and so once I was like, okay, I have my balance. I just walked across the stage. So that's how much I can deadlift.
Nothing.
One Ryan.
One Ryan.
A sack of Zackle.
It's funny. Before I got my permanent position as TD, I used to brag that I'd be able to deadlift an entire Marshall half stack with vacuum tube amps in one heft, which is pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Which is before I gained about 4 inches on my waist and another 40 pounds. I don't want to try right now.
My workout regimen when I was at the AV company a couple years ago was lifting Meyer UPAs, which are 75 pounds of powered speakers.
Not light, no.
Not light, but lift them up and put them up on the speaker stands. A lot of guys would lay them sideways on the ground and put the speaker stand into it and then lift it up and just torque it over and lift it up that way. But that ended up breaking a couple speaker stands because that's not a good idea. So moral of the story is team lift.
Yeah.
I can do at the peak of my fitness. I could do 100 push-ups if that counts. That's not deadlifting, but.
Well, if you're going on a peak of fitness, my arms used to have about 4 or 5 inches more diameter on them now, and my waist are 4 or 5 inches less.
My peak of fitness, I mean, about like a month ago.
How many can you do now?
Actually, I didn't start getting doughy until about a year and a half ago. That's what being management does to you.
I actually don't know how many push-ups I can do now, considering I got like sick last
Do
weekend.
100. Do it. Do it right now. You won't do it. You're scared. Do 100 push-ups.
Well, I have no room to say anything because I get access to like all of ASU's Olympic fitness centers. So I literally have no excuse.
Oh, I get access to our gyms here. I just don't have the time.
Yeah, that's my problem.
Yeah.
No, I'm lazy. I just scarfed down a sourdough jack and I have like 3 glasses.
Sorry, I should say that I should not make excuses. I do have the time, but also I like to sleep instead of waking up at 6 in the morning to go to the gym. So
Well, it doesn't help with me because I like going with my wife, but we work disparate schedules. I work like from 6 a.m. to about 6 or 8 p.m. depending on the day, and she works from like 11 to 8 p.m. So by the time she gets home, it's like 8, 9. When are we gonna go?
Yeah.
That reminds me, I need more drink. Let's see. Did we lose somebody? Okay, no. I'm just trying to see. We got 3 dislikes on YouTube.
I know.
What?
And one of the
that's
likes
upsetting.
was me.
You like our own post just to make us feel better?
No, I'm just competitive, and I wanted that number to be higher.
Well, now that you're honest, we're at like 50% failure.
But look at the numbers. The numbers show otherwise. So it's fine.
4-3, love. It almost hurts more than it helps. I appreciate it. That is the you tried of YouTube, okay? That's the you tried badge of YouTube.
Well, I always think it's funny, especially when I see people's like statuses on Facebook and they've liked or commented on their own status, but they're the only one, and I'm just like, well, that wasn't an anonymous button.
Well, let's see. Did we get anything here? Yeah.
But you got two sort of questions that I think that have kind of been covered. What are some good ways to network in your own community, and also how about some websites online? So, networking in your own community, just throw your resume out there, look for places that do any sort of live work related to what you want to do. And then websites online, offstage jobs, I found does a good job of getting jobs out there. So.
Yeah, offstage is good for theater. I'm on actually Craigslist a lot, because there are still some decent postings. Every once in a while, you can get a new lead on a new company that way, and some one-off gigs if that's what you're looking for.
West Coast Craigslist has a negative connotation anymore. Big time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh God, yeah, it's where you get your mess. At least out here in California, Arizona, Washington thing. Ironically, up until recently, Facebook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually the tour that I just got that I'm going to be leaving for in a week or two. I got that on Facebook. There's a lot of industry groups and pages and all that stuff, and there's a lot of good discussions and job postings. A couple that I'm on, let's see. Those are my pages. There's a couple local ones for South Florida and Miami. One is just simply called Live Sound Engineers, and there are 7,500 members, so it's a decent group. There's a couple closed groups for touring people. Event Production Work Pool is another good one. That's a lot of job postings, live audio. All these are Facebook groups. So professional technician. There's a bunch of groups. I'm sure there's even more for theater people. So just keep an eye on those. I mean, you can start flooding your news feed, so you might want to end up just turning them off and then just visiting the group page itself if you're looking for something particular. But there's so much social media. I mean, I've met people from Tumblr that work in the industry, and I've had them come out and given them a couple days of work. So, I mean, it basically comes down to networking and talking to people, really.
A lot of my work I've got too is actually networking with artists I've worked with, and then through their SoundCloud.
Yep.
SoundCloud has actually got me a lot of live session work before I worked for ASU full time. But I'm happy there. I'm one of those guys that say I'm happy I have left the freelance life. I'm very happy. Not that it's bad, but I'm like ancient by Tumblr terms, and I'm broken. So.
Stability is nice.
What's up?
Stability and somewhat consistency seems nice.
Well,
yeah, I want to know what that's like.
The nice part with, and this is why I'm so open about working with Arizona State University, is that they have a very positive workplace culture with Gamage. I believe in the shows they do, and I'm very proud to say I work for them. I am. I mean, it's rare to say that about a production company, honestly. Let's be honest.
Do you get to work at the Gamage at all?
No. I'm at the Care Cultural Center, their little studio up in Scottsdale. And I like it there because...
Right, but do you ever get to do anything with the Gamage?
No, a few times, but I'm usually so busy. At my venue, we'll do 20 to 40 events a month.
Yeah. That's good.
We're talking everything from student shows to private contracts to even weddings now, and of course our co-pro events and live session recordings. It's a different environment and a different animal entirely. All of my staff are degreed audio engineers and designers. At Gamage, they have a variety of degreed and non-degreed technicians and general stagehands. So it's like apples and oranges. And like I said, when I tell people, they ask me, it's like, oh, you work at Gamage, the opera house, the Broadway place, the second most profitable Broadway place outside of Broadway. And I tell them it's kind of like the difference between Broadway theater and sessions at West 52nd or Third Man Studios. Those are the best examples.
Right.
That kind of gives you an idea of what we do, or what we would like to end up being known for.
That's fair.
But Gamage is cool. They just got a new CL3 in there, and we are just their opening Book of Mormon, which is completely sold out.
Hey.
Yeah, good for
There's
them.
not even one ticket left for the entire run, and I don't get a ticket. That's all I can say about Book of Mormon. Go to the website. It's a good show.
Too bad you can't buy tickets.
Oh, they were the hot thing, man. I mean, I got a thing.
You got a thing.
I got a question. Yes. Oh, that's bloody cryptic. Just yeah. Luca Fiend answered me. Soundblr? Question mark.
Yes.
Yes? Question mark.
Like, where did Soundblr come from? I don't know.
I mean,
Who made it up?
Sound.
we're still making up as we go along.
That's all I got. I don't know why.
I blame Liz in like a good way, because I think somebody had asked her about like specified hangouts after we had started doing Doom Squad hangouts, and she was just like, here, let's just throw that out on the internet, and the pasta stuck, and we're all here.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. Yep. Oh, we did get a question on YouTube. People want to know what our degrees are in.
Oh, right. That would probably help, wouldn't it?
Electrical engineering.
Nice. Mine is Bachelor of Art in Audio and Arts in Acoustics.
Cool.
Ooh.
Steve?
I have a BA in British literature with a concentration in modernism, and I am about halfway through graduate work for a master's in humanities with a focus in First World War I feminist voices. First World War feminist voices, which I am on a hiatus from and will probably not finish. But if you hadn't noticed, the arts and writing were my primary focus, and the theater and sound have been secondary for me for a long time. But now I'm actually getting, I guess the comic is my arts and stuff, and doing like design work instead of like the more technical side. You guys have, engineering and the audio degrees where I studied literature instead.
I've got 2, theater production and audio and acoustics engineering. Go Phoenix College. Woohoo! Not University of Phoenix. I get pissed off. We're the cool, small, quirky college in Arizona that was here first. Not.
Oh, you're the hipster Phoenix College.
Exactly. Well, I'll take that. Phoenix College is awesome. Phoenix College is awesome.
I currently don't have a degree, but I'm working on.
What?
What? Yeah, I know, it's crazy. But currently working on a BFA in theater production with a focus in sound.
Proof that it takes a lot of money to make $30 grand a year.
Yep.
No, it's not 30 grand.
Don't remind me.
Well, I mean, it could be worse.
It's true.
Oh, hey,
It could be raining.
Raining.
we got another. This is a good one. I noticed some of you guys are older than 18. So what?
All
All of us, actually.
Yeah. I think they were just implying that we're not like just,
12.
hey, this is cool to do kind of thing. This is kind of what we do. What jobs have you had or would you have had if you're not an audio engineer?
I was a librarian. I was a library cataloger for 2 years, and that was actually before I went back to school to get my English degree. And I don't know. I make a comic. That's my day job. That's what I do full time. So I guess that's what I would be doing if I wasn't doing audio.
I was a Marine and I worked for the TWA.
Wait, try that again.
I was a Marine and I worked for the TWA.
Ah, fine.
Semper Fi.
I was studying to be a combat engineer, and I was a cab driver for a little while before going full time into show production.
My previous jobs have been a day camp counselor, so I probably would have. I mean, I do enjoy working with kids. I just work with bigger kids now, so I guess that was helpful. And then my other job was working at a graphic design place, which I actually thoroughly enjoyed. But
It kind of is camp counseling for adults, isn't it? What we do.
Yeah.
Oh, it's exactly like it. It's so helpful.
I would probably be in IT or some kind of video production, maybe broadcasts.
The funny thing is, if I didn't actually start getting theater gigs many years ago, like 12 years ago, 13 years ago, I almost worked for those guys. Yes, Remington.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a Remington plant here in Prescott, and I had applied, and again, I was studying to be in combat engineering, and I had a good enough resume, and I almost made those guys, the 870s. They're very expensive.
Honestly, I have a couple of dream jobs that are probably gonna end up being in between gigs or whatever happens in my future. But I think bartending would be fun. I think dog walking and working with dogs and being paid to walk other people's dogs would be the fucking blast.
They walk their dogs.
Ideally, I could be a mermaid in Disney World, but they're never gonna hire me, so I've shot down any dream of working for them at all.
I am lucky enough, well, I guess I'm unlucky enough, when I lost my job during the recession, lost my TD gig, I drove a taxi cab. And I will honestly say the shittiest day I ever have at work, I just have to think back to driving a taxi cab in South. Because I grew up in Northern Ireland, where there was a war. Driving a cab was worse.
Oh.
I was shot once, stabbed 3 times, carjacked twice. My wife threw a party when I got fired.
You got fired from this job.
I got fired.
And you were the one who was shot at. Oh, jeez. Okay.
No, in full disclosure, it was twice at me and once at an attempted robbery. And it was, I mean, getting beaten with pink flamingos stolen out of lawns, people peeing on you.
So exactly like how it goes in Bob's Burgers, basically.
I've never eaten Bob's Burgers. No, I mean, I drove at night because that's where the money was, and I would go into the African American neighborhoods because a lot of cab drivers in Phoenix are racist as hell. And it was just all folk just trying to get somewhere. And it was a very rough job, but it kept me and my then fiance, now my wife, alive until we needed it. I mean, that's why I always try to look at, no matter how irritating you might be at a cab driver or fast food worker, dude, seriously, that guy could have a degree in rocket science, I mean, you never know where the guy's position or gal's position is going to be. Yeah. So I just try not to be a dick because I was that cab driver with 2 degrees driving around
Yep.
because they couldn't get work.
Yep.
Anyway, stuff.
I got one more question that
Jeez.
is fun.
Too many questions.
This one's kind of cute. It's not sound related, but do you guys have any cool or unusual talents?
Oh God.
I can do a convincing Stephen Hawking voice, the robo speak.
Oh my gosh.
Really?
And I now realize that I have to demonstrate this on the internet
I was
because I
gonna
said
say
it.
since it is a sound thing, I guess you kind of have to. So.
Well, I guess it is. I don't know. Actually, so this started in college when I was like would leave class late at night or leave the library and go to the automated like ticket taking machines would talk to you, and I started talking back to them in their own language. So they would be like, please stay here before returning to your vehicle. And I'd be like, no, fuck you, go away. I don't want anything to do with you.
That is disturbingly accurate. I can that. Wow.
The best thing about it is when you mispronounce words or misemphasize things, it adds to the effect.
Oh my God. Wow. Mine isn't that cool. Wow. Yeah, my wife is amused because when I was in college, I had a part-time job. You know those pop-up Halloween costume shops that show up in shopping malls and stuff like that? Well,
Yeah.
me and her got a job as managers at like 21. Like that was a smart idea. And we just spent most of the time drinking and making fun of people while wearing costumes. And this was around the time when Star Wars The Phantom Menace came out. You see where this is going.
Okay.
And because there was lots of beer in the back room, it came to light that I somehow had what people considered a convincing Jar Jar Binks voice.
Oh God.
Oh no.
So,
No.
yeah,
Oh,
I
please
shoved
no.
into the premium Jar Jar Binks costume. So I go around, walk around. You're somebody that needs a costume. Come on, you know, and just pissing people off and getting shit thrown at me. And my wife finds it utterly amusing.
do you ever use it to like annoy her?
She thinks it's cute. I think I'm
Okay.
like, it's like impersonating Chucky's voice to me. Why would you do this on purpose? But you know, I've used it occasionally at drive-throughs when I'm angry at somebody. I used to take a chalupa. You know,
Oh God.
not as cool as Stephen Hawking's voice. I'm sorry. I just.
Yours is so much better.
Wow.
I don't think it sounds that convincing, but everyone who hears it, they're just like. It's like the worst impression I could ever have. It's weird. Sinatra or anybody cool. No, I get Jar Jar. Anyway, next.
I don't know if I have any cool or unusual. I mean, I can hula hoop for like forever and untie things, and sometimes it happens at the same time.
That
Oh,
sounds
I-
like a video not for YouTube.
I can give Ryan a piggyback ride.
You can.
I have an unusual center of gravity and back leg strength.
I can tie a cherry
100
stem
push-ups.
into a knot with my tongue.
Oh, really?
If I had one, I'd do it.
I was about to say, it must make you popular with all the girls and not a small number of boys.
The wife usually has something to say about it.
Oh, well, as long as you ask permission, I guess. That's what my wife told me. Oh, Josh, you're the only one who needs to share.
I don't know. I mean, I have a lot of like normal talents.
What are you trying to say?
What do you have that you
I don't
can't
have,
put on
like-
your resume?
Oh, jeez.
I shared Jar Jar. Come on.
I don't really have any like party tricks like that. Though. I can play the mandolin.
Hey, that was an
Me
important
too.
skill I had.
Hey.
It's not a party trick, sir.
Mandolin bros.
Yeah.
Because no one's gonna get mad at you if you pull out a mandolin at a party, but if you pull out the guitar, then you're the douchebag.
Well, I mean, you pull out the mandolin and you go, anyway, here's Wonderwall, and then you're still douchebag with the mandolin.
No, you can only play. You're only allowed to play losing my religion.
Oh my god. If I had a nickel every fucking time somebody asked me to play Losing My Religion on the mandolin, it's like, there are other songs!
No, there aren't. There really aren't.
Just that once, that's it.
Maybe some Nickel Creek covers.
God.
Hey. I do mean the Lighthouse. What was that song? The Lighthouse Keeper song?
Yeah, I think it's just
Do
called
that one.
Lighthouse.
I don't know. I
I
mean,
think
like,
so too.
let me think. I mean, I can hold my pee until like the very last second. It's kind of like a normal superpower.
I think technically everyone could do that.
But like, part of me is like, no, I will wait like hours and hours because I'm like so stubborn. Like, I think there was like, coming back from the USIC conference, we had stopped at a rest stop, and like half an hour after leaving, like I had used the restroom on the way there, but all of a sudden I was like, God damn it! Like I have a small like hamster bladder, and I had to go again. So I just used my willpower to fall asleep instead of asking them to like stop at the next rest stop, and I slept for like the next 3 or 4 hours, and then woke up, and by the time I woke up, everyone else was like, man, I really gotta pee. I'm like, great.
You realize that could have backfired horribly.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's probably not healthy.
No, it's not. But also, I work in theater, so there's a lot of questionable health choices that I make and sacrifices. So sometimes I have 40-hour days instead of weeks. So
Hey, I know the feeling. It wasn't until I realized I needed a steady gig when I worked on a show. I did a double on a classical Indian music concert, which is highly unadvisable if you're an A1 on it, because it's so mentally draining. And I came home, on the way home, like at the end of the last set, I started feeling really poor. Don't really remember driving home. I was feeling worse and worse and worse. My wife forced me to drag into the hospital. And the doctor says, and you know it's not a good thing when the ER doctor says, so do you know what a cardiac event is?
Oh, Jesus.
Jared.
I was literally having a cardiac event in the moment. I told my boss why I wouldn't come in, and she about shot herself. The next week, we got an AED unit installed.
Wow.
I thought that was a little overkill, but, you know, whatever.
Better overkill than just plain dead.
I thought about making that. I was like, yeah, better overkill than actual like death.
I was drinking water, okay? I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, I did. I was stage manager / monitors for the festival a couple weeks ago, and I got in at 10 a.m. and I didn't leave the stage until a little after 1 in the morning. And by that I mean I didn't leave the stage. Like, I didn't have a bathroom break. I didn't. They brought me food, but
Well, at least they brought
yeah,
you food.
I've gotten really good at holding it when I need to.
See,
I feel like that should go on the resume, though. That should be a resume skill. And
It's
hold
a bullet- it's a
PE
bullet.
for hours
It is
on
if you
end.
go on tour.
Yeah. Well, at that point,
Although
I mean,
usually they have bathrooms then.
yeah, we were outside. I mean, I could have gone, but I basically just sweat it all out 'cause it's so fucking hot.
Yeah.
Well, it's also pretty awkward to whip it out right on stage. You know, it's not a concert, you know?
I wouldn't have
Talk
been the
about the
only
full
one.
Monty.
I wouldn't have been the
No.
only one.
Monty.
Come on.
At least it would be considered a
Oh,
full
I
Monty.
had to.
Oh God.
All right. Oh, I
Show.
got another one. I got another question, actually. Somebody's still watching. Yes.
That one person is just out there.
No, we got 10 people watching right now.
I know. This is. What do you people have a life? Jesus Christ.
Suckers.
We're going on over 4 hours almost.
You have a 9 a.m. call, whoever you are. You know?
Oh, I know.
I don't know. It's,
I call 7 o'clock tomorrow night.
Jesus. Oh, I hear audio text talking about the body mic. What is the most compromising position you've been in miking an actor, musician, etc.?
Oh, Steve.
All right, let's talk about the full Monty. Let's talk about the full Monty.
Okay.
Matt, do you want to talk about the full Monty?
No, you're the one in the compromising position.
All right. So during the full Monty, the end of the show, all of the guys, there's 6 guys, and they're all singing the song, and they strip completely naked, and so we can't have like a normal, elastic mic belt on them. So we put mics in their hats, which means that right before this, one of the actors is doing a quick change where he has to then get into his strip clothes and take his mic off, and so. In all of this traffic, I'm have to run backstage to catch this guy, and he's stripping almost completely naked right in front of me, and he's got a bright red G-string on, and so he gets the shirt off, and I learned by the 3rd show that I can just catch the mic pack after he takes the shirt off, and I don't have to stand there and watch him get down to the red G-string. And he's a bigger guy too. He's the what's the line? It's a loose-lipped lover with a pot of honey talking about his gut.
Oh, wow.
And he's just sweaty motherfucker too, and
He's not even the cute chubby. He's just a sweaty chubby.
it's this like disgusting moment of me being there and like just catching this dripping bag of body mic off this guy in a red G-string. And I'm clearing them running, and then I have to catch the hats. They all strip down. We put mics in their hats so they continue singing while they're stripping. And then I have to catch these hats for curtain call. And the first night I wasn't quick enough getting the mics back to their stations, and so I got caught in the guys' dressing room as 4 of them come back in there and strip their robes off and are standing there in the buff, just like. Yep, I'm just putting mics down. Then you just put waggling dongs in this room. It's gross. It's gross.
See, I don't know, like, I never had anything like that, but it was usually, like, a couple of the people would put their mics on early, and they were just standing there either naked or in underwear, and I'd have to, like, change batteries, just, like, be like, okay, well, this is happening now, so, one of the best parts was the one time where there was a supposed mic failure, which ended up being a different technical difficulty, and all of a sudden, the ASM comes to find me. She's like, we need to change her mic immediately. It's not working, whatever. And so I am mid-manhandling her with my arm up her shirt and, like, holding her and changing her mic. But all of a sudden, in the middle of this, I am told, stop, never mind, the problem was fixed at front of house. And so now I need to undo that and the mid-handle her back again with the first mic that she had. And I'm like, well, at least we're close. Close and personal now.
You're welcome and good job.
Oh, shit.
Mine was in college. We were doing a show called The Promise, which is a Puerto Rican version of Romeo and Juliet, except in this version, the uncle kills the Romeo character, he comes back and repossesses his bride's corpse.
Oh.
Puerto
I
Ricans
like
have
that.
an edge,
I
man.
like
Oh, yeah.
that version.
It's edgy.
Twist!
Check it.
What type
Oh,
of
there's all sorts of like
Spoilers.
sensory involved. Check it out. It's really a cool play. Anyway, so obviously the bride, she's being married off to an arranged marriage after the uncle offs the boyfriend, and the boyfriend comes back to possess his bride, who will soon be dead, undead. And she's playing both roles. So we needed to affect her voice. So we put a lav pack on her. Okay, no big deal. Run it through a Boss Reverb unit back in the day, and everything's cool. The scene, though, goes from her in her wedding dress when she's exercised to 6 months later when she shows up in a business suit to sort out her uncle's affairs after he's been bumped off by his own magic. But in the quick change, the actress would come off stage, turn around, and one costume would go up, grab the bodice of the wedding dress, pull it down. And then she'd step forward into a business skirt suit combo, and another costume would grab it, pull it up, and Velcro the back. And now you have a pantsuit thing in replacement. Cool.
Sure.
And in this, because it's a strapless bodice, she is pretty much, aside from a pair of panties, naked. And we've got the whole thing down to literally being 10 seconds, with the body pack being removed and everything.
Nice.
And she's a stunner, this beautiful 5'8" mulatto girl, like 34C, just bloody well knockout. But there is an actor. He's never done theater before. He's going to night school, and this is his first play. I think he was a virgin. Really nice guy. Don't get me wrong. He's not a pervo. He's a really nice guy.
Here it goes.
And somehow he ended up on the wrong side of the stage during the quick change. And he gets off stage, everything's in red light, costumers are going to work. One of the costumers, just average size female, the other costumer is this huge black guy. And he turns around just as the bodice is coming off, and he's about maybe 5'5". So guess where everything's at eye level. He locks up as the other costumer is setting down the pantsuit and gets up, takes his elbow right into the actor's face, shatters his eye socket.
Oh.
Just pops him. And the whole time I'm there with the mic pack going, ugh. Oh. And so the actress is sitting there, topless, going, and we lock up for like 30 seconds going, did you kill him? Oh, we better put those away. And the whole ASM's going, oh my god, actor down. And the stage manager's like, who? Gives the name. Where is he? Stage left, down. What the fuck is he doing there? Move on. So we leave him there. They run off. I'm looking for an ice pack because I'm also doing double duty as backstage sound tech and the priest. This is the bit part. So you got the priest running around with an ice pack trying to the kid. And this huge, like 6'5" black guy just cowering in a corner because he thinks he just killed him. And he's like racked with guilt.
Did you fill out an injury report?
Yes, the injury report was filled out with audio testimony.
Good.
Nice. Yeah, that's.
He was pretty fucked up. He took a full-on elbow to the eye socket, man. He was bashed up pretty good.
He'll never look at a pair of the. Never mind.
Well, the funny thing is, too, and I'm sitting there, and my first honest response in the whole stress, and I'm like, they weren't that great. Realizing that I was a bit older than everybody else in the cast at the time, you know? I mean, I'm just like, oh, okay, I'm supposed. Oh, am I? Yes, shocking nudity. Okay, great. He's bleeding. I don't know.
Well, to be fair, you weren't doing hair, so.
No. Well, I mean, it just at this point, I don't like clothes anyway in general. So you know, everyone, you know, me, my wife, our friends, you know, whatever, you know. So I didn't think about it much.
Well, that's the thing is, like, I even went on a date and, like, the person needed to change their pants because there was a huge rip. I pointed out that there was a huge rip in the crotch of his pants because he had no idea. And I was like, oh, well, there you go. And he's like, I need to change pants. And then, like, he just started doing that, like, to the right of me. Like, I just didn't blink. And he's like, I forget that you're used to this because this is half of your job.
Well, it's like I'm not going to do anything with it. Why am I that concerned about it? You know?
Yeah, it's just a body. We all have them. Oh, surprise!
Sometimes
Wait,
it is.
what?
You have belly button. You didn't fucking tell me.
And some people will have them. It just depends on what their preference is.
Mm.
Yeah, what kind of belly button do you have?
If you want to call it that, sure.
Oh, well.
Josh, you haven't shared yet, have you?
He probably never will again.
No, see, I don't really do a lot of theater work, so I don't have any like quick change stories like that. Jesus.
Oh, there's gotta be stuff going down backstage at.
Yeah, I mean, most of my like awkward moments miking up people are like women presenters at big conferences that have really flappy blouses that you can't clip a lavalier or two.
I think
So
we're way past mic issues.
Let's see. I
Well,
mean,
we got issues, but not mic issues.
Or malfunctions.
no, like there's never really been anything crazy backstage. I mean, like people think rock and roll shows are all crazy. Like the biggest kerfuffle that's ever been is the two guys that were throwing punches at each other after the Queenswraith show.
Country
Usually,
is the other one.
there's usually like really probably underage girls that are backstage and a whole lot of alcohol and really, really, really drunk bass players.
Oh,
But-
bassists.
Bass players other than drunk.
Yeah, shocking, right? I mean, I don't know. I haven't really been like a big part of a touring group. Like I've been on like little parts of legs of tours, but not like an extended thing. So I'm not really. I haven't seen anything too crazy yet. Like people think that. I don't know. People have this idea of like backstage at rock concerts is like this crazy, crazy thing, but I think that's more like 70s, 80s. Like I think it's
the Spinal Tap thing.
yeah.
I mean, but also
it's different.
my sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just it's not. I don't know. Maybe it's just the shows that I'm doing. It's not quite like that. Like basically, what happens is the band gets off stage. All the roadies or whatever, their backline techs will grab all the guitars, but we usually do all the rentals of the drum kit and the amps and everything. So once they have their guitars, they'll hop into their bus and just fucking take off, or they'll hop into like the guy will walk off stage into his black Escalade that's parked inside the arena and just leave. They don't want to deal with that shit. All the crazy shit happens at the hotel afterwards, I think.
I have another question. That's actually a legitimate question.
Ooh.
Not that the other one was illegitimate. That was fine. You know. What headphones and/or monitors do you use? And if money were no object, what would you like to use?
Ooh.
I like the 50s.
The Audio-Technica?
Yeah, I'm taking it. Yep. And the Sonys.
Yeah. So yeah, I have the Audio-Technica what is it? The ATH M50.
Yep.
Which is this. With the silver on the sides. They're very good. They're comfortable. The only thing I don't like about them is that they don't offer a lot of isolation. So when you put them on, if you're listening like at a concert and you're trying to PFL a channel, you'll still hear a lot of the PA. So that's why I don't really use them live that much. I use my Sony MDR V600s, which are very nice. They're kind of my workhorse. I use my Shure a lot, 215s, and I use my Sensophonics 2Max. Other than that, at home I have, I don't know what the model number on these are. They're Yamaha like home theater speakers, which are really nice. They're based off the NS10s. They're the same kind. They're not the same drivers, but I think it's the same tweeter, actually. but I mean, I like the Yamaha stuff for actual monitors. The NS10s are like a really universally accepted as really good monitors. There's a pair of NS10Ts at my work that I was using. Otherwise, for live, I don't really use monitors. I don't do the near field thing. I know a lot of people are into that for concerts, which is basically, if you don't know, it's basically putting two small, like 8-inch speakers right in front of you, and so you're basically tune those to the same as the PA. So really, you're listening to the near fields and not the PA, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Nope.
But for home, yeah, I mean, I listen to a lot of vinyl. I have 2 crates, but it's not a ton. I probably have 50 or 60. I think it's really important to listen to vinyl and listen to lossless audio. If you're digital, you should have decent speakers and be listening to some sort of, high quality stuff. I don't think you need to be an audiophile or get like $10,000 power strips or any of that shit. Do you remember that video I posted? I posted a video last year.
I was the one who started that whole mess after you posted that.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I mean, if you look up audiophile, you start getting into some crazy, stupid, crazy, absurd shit. So no, I don't spend $2,000 on speaker cable or speaker wire or power strips. But yeah, I mean, invest. That's a big word.
Use the
What's that?
Sony's MDR 7506. I have a pair of those too. They're the workhorse in St. Louis. Everyone I know has them.
Yeah, the MDR.
They sound great.
Pretty much that whole line of MDR headphones are great. You see them in studios all the time. For live, they're everywhere.
Hey Taylor, which ones are you wearing?
Taylor has Sennheiser. What are those 280s?
They're not Sennheisers. They're
These
Are
are
they Fires?
the
Fire-
Bear
yeah, the
Dynamics
Fire-
Fighter and Amps. Yeah, those are good.
770s.
Are those the open or the closed 770s?
Yeah.
Yeah, those things are amazing.
Yeah, those are really nice.
These ones are on their way to the grave, sadly, just because they were a gift and they are older than I am. So
Oh wow.
yeah, but they work well enough for things like this and some music and.
No, they're good. We have them at the 2L. All of our positions have those, so they're good. They're good as well.
I might need to get an updated pair soon.
Yeah. I mean, there's no reason not to have good headphones. I mean, for $100, you can get decent earbuds, or you can get a decent pair of Sony's, the Shure headphones. Dave Ratt has a video on YouTube with the headphone shootout where he tests like 10 different headphones.
Yep.
And I think the ones he ended up picking were Shure headphones, which are very nice. I mean, a lot of it comes down to preference. If you're looking for something flat, if you're looking for something with a little bit of bass, or something that's really closed off, there's a bunch of different reasons for picking different headphones. But
Jared likes the 40s. He likes the T40s.
Yeah,
I like them because of the smaller driver and they're a flat frequency response. Because at the studio we do a lot of classical and world music, so that flat is really important to me.
Yeah.
And they're like $60 cheaper than EM50s, which is a nice little bonus. On the other side of that, I'm going to be using the Westone ES20 in-ear monitors, and those start at $1,000.
Yeah.
But I don't have any choice about that one.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, you can get decent headphones for $100, and
M40s.
it's not cheap, but a decent pair will last you 10 plus years if you take care of them.
Well, I like the Sonys because you can buy the replacement earmuffs. So when they get dried out, you can just keep replacing them and keep on going.
Yeah, and that's the same with these. The 215s are actually detachable, so if something happens to the actual driver, you can just pop it off. I think it's $60 to replace it, so you don't have to pay the full price to fix it.
But we're not kidding about the Beats by Dre. Really, don't use those. Not at all.
Don't buy anything by Bose.
Bose
is better sound through marketing.
Funny side story. I've got a client who's insisting on using his Bose L1 system instead of our Allen Heath system with our Mackie SA1521s and RM350 fills.
We test drove their line array at the 2-hill, and it was amazing, but it wouldn't have matched any rider whatsoever.
Well, and also, imagine what you could get for the money.
Yeah. I did.
That's the thing. It might not be as premium quality speaker, but you can get the whole fucking console to go with it. That fixes the problem. But yeah, Bose is bad. Beats by Dre, bad. Why $400? Why? Oh my god. I want to drink.
I don't know, the same reason people have like that stupid like Segway thing that's like the whatever it's called.
That's cool.
I almost bought one of those.
But like
I almost bought one of those.
I don't know.
Okay, if you start doing shows in convention centers and you're walking 12 miles a day, you start thinking about buying one.
Yeah.
I can't justify it, but I still think they're freaking neat. My wife looks at me like, "Why?" I'm like, "I don't know. They're cool."
They're cool, but I would feel so silly. I don't know personally, but
You're talking to somebody who drives a Vespa in Phoenix. I mean, I drove a Vespa in Mequon, Wisconsin, the home of the Harley Davidson. I have no pride.
okay, so you know what? Those are cool, but I see people now, at least on our campus, who have like their longboards, but they have like a motor or something where they actually like. Those I think are silly because then why are you have a longboard? Those I'm like.
Anyway.
Skateboards
are silly anyway. I'm firmly in the punk music anti-skater camp. It's weird. I'm that guy. I'm the social D kind of guy. Yeah. Real men of either cisgendered or chosen. They have a nice car. Don't do the skateboard thing. Don't.
Well, if you're Ryan at one of those venues, you have Taylor carry you around everywhere.
Not the kind of credit all the. Hey, those are some guns.
2 tickets to the gun show.
All right. Let's see.
Yeah, what am I gonna do if they get stricter on gun laws?
No, that's not a problem for you because you can prove the competency with your gun.
I am well versed.
You got the certifications. All right. Meanwhile, I got these flabby things. Anyway. Anyone else got any questions?
No, but I think maybe after 4 hours we should probably find a way to tie a bow on this and wrap it up.
Yeah, my wife.
What do you guys think about? I'm just getting started.
Steve just got here.
Well, just because you had the world's shortest paper tech.
Well.
Can you even call it a paper tech if you couldn't finish the paper tech?
Yeah, because it was on a post-it. Like a flip book.
Post-its are paper, right?
Yes, post-its are paper. They're made out of paper. That's true.
You're welcome, just in case anybody.
Almost got a third of the way through the script. It was great.
Those remind me why I'm kind of glad I don't do full regular theater anymore. Because I look at my docket, and we use event booking at our venue, and I look at it and go, oh, I've only got 22 shows this month. And I realized when I thought 16 shows was a lot in 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Now I'm doing some shows where every Sunday I've got 2 events a day now. So
Yep.
I'm doing probably 40 in the next 4 months each.
I know that life.
Oh, yeah. Well, if we're tying it up, it has been fun.
Anyone have any last words? Any
Wow.
final comments?
Peace out.
Are we dying or
Be nice to
saying
your be nice to your sound people.
Yes.
They have the big red mute button.
Be nice or we send Jar Jar.
No.
I didn't even put Jar Jar.
Just imagine hearing that over the clear comm. Oh, my wife just laughed in the other room.
Good. All right. And with that, I think we got to call it.
Okay.
End it on Jar Jar.
There it is.
Good night.
Wow.
All right.
Good night,
Bye,
guys.
everybody.
Good night, everyone. All right, thank you all so much
Yeah.
for sticking with us. Taylor, you have the con.